Good afternoon. This is the Environmental Improvement Program Committee of the TRPA Governing Board. We're going to go ahead and call the roll to determine a quorum, and then our executive director is going to make some opening comments, and then I will make some opening comments as well. So may we please have the roll call?
Mr. Kanata. Ms. Faustinos.
Here.
Mr. Guthrow.
Here.
Ms. Hayes. Ms. Lane.
Here.
Mr. Tolbert.
Here.
Ms. Williamson.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to turn this over to our executive director for some opening comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Julie Reagan, the Executive Director of the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. I just want to thank Brooke Lane for chairing this. Our usual chair of the committee is Belinda Faustinos, who's online. And since the Caldor fire was in the District of El Dorado County, in an area very near and dear to our hearts, I thought it was appropriate for Brooke to chair, and really appreciate the community's passion for this. I just wanted to open this meeting up to say, we are hearing you. We are listening, and we care just as deeply about the lake as you do. Everyone around the dais does. And I'm very fortunate. We're very fortunate to have the partners from the U.S. Forest Service here to actually get into the details of the project, which I think has been missing in a lot of the public discourse around the conversation. And so this is a forum for us to listen, and we appreciate the respectful nature of the dialogue. I was getting a little nervous because our room was over capacity in the last hearing, and we've opened up some other conference rooms so that people can sit in air conditioning and hear the meeting and then pop in if need be, because your safety is important to us and the safety of our team here as well. So thank you for continuing to be respectful, and for us to hear about the project specifics, because I'm hopeful that some of the conversation today will put a lot of the minds at rest, at least for now, that we have more time to work on these matters going forward. So thank you, Madam Chair, for the introduction opportunity.
Thank you. I do want to ask that people not stand in the doorways nor sit in the doorways, because those are our evacuation routes if need be. So to keep everybody safe, there are side rooms, as the executive director just mentioned, that have opened up that also will be broadcasting this meeting. If you do wish to make public comment and you're in one of those outlying rooms, you will have to come into this room for that. But to hear the rest of the committee functions today, you could do so from any of those side rooms and be comfortable. So having said all that, I do want to mention that, you know, all of us, those of us sitting up here at the table, and all of you who have taken time out of your busy schedules to join us today, we all were devastated by the Caldor fire. All of us evacuated. I think if you're like me, you were amazed that we came home to our homes, and not everybody did. In El Dorado County, an entire community was burned down by the Caldor fire, as you will remember Grizzly Flats. The Tamarack fire took out many homes over on the Nevada side. The Angora fire took out 233 homes right here in the basin. So we all are incredibly grateful that we're here talking about forest restoration, because it could have been so much worse. We could be talking about how do we build back our homes, or can we? Would we have to move? So I'm delighted that this is what we're talking about, and I'm really excited to continue to hear from the public today. We already have heard a lot of passion, a lot of fear, a lot of anger as to what that forest restoration might look like. But I think that we have to always remember too that we all come from the same place. We all are here because we want to protect Tahoe for generations to come. And my goal personally has been to leave it better than the way I found it. So we all are on the same team. We might differ in how we get there, but please let's all remember that we're all rowing in the same direction. Having said that, I want to mention that a key goal of today's effort is to ensure the public and this committee has clear and current information regarding the project implementation. The U.S. Forest Service through the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit is here. They have a presentation. Our own TRPA staff will also be providing a brief presentation. However, before we do that, we always take public comment on items that are on the agenda. We normally limit our public comment period to 45 minutes, but out of respect for all of you, and those of you who are here today, we do want to hear from you. We will ask you to limit your comments to 2 minutes per person. Many of you have already had the opportunity to speak, and we are the same board members that you saw in the larger context. So we've heard your comments. However, you have every right to comment again. This is a different meeting, and so therefore this is a different set of public comments. So we will call you up in the order in which you signed up. If you have already spoken and you wish to give your time to others who've not had the opportunity to speak yet, that would be very much appreciated. Although, again, you do have the right to speak again if you wish to. So we're going to go ahead and open up our public comment period. And Catherine, who is one of our TRPA exceptional staff persons, is going to call out 3 to 5 names so that you can line up in the middle and we can move this along as efficiently as possible. Please also, as Chair Haley mentioned, we do not allow booing. We do not allow cheering. There's a reason for that. There are a lot of perspectives and a lot of different opinions around these very controversial topics. And although a lot of you in the room share the same opinion, not everybody might, and we want to hear from everybody. So if somebody gets up and says, you know, we want everyone to get $1 million check in the mail, and everyone goes, yay, but the next person maybe has a different feeling about that, they might feel intimidated to speak. So there's a reason why we do that. It's not because we're trying to shut down hearing from you. We just want an orderly process. So I would ask that you respect that. So let's go ahead and open up the public comment period. Catherine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name or can't read your handwriting. I'm going to call 5 names in a row if you can line up. And then before the last speaker goes, I'll call the next 5. Steve Dolan, Scott Robbins, Tara Thornton, Amy Kasher, and Jackie Chandler. Anybody can come up to speak. It doesn't have to be in that order. Nope.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Amy Kasher. You heard from me before, but I did want to speak again with the Forest Service here. I was looking at the Forest Service website, and it states that herbicides cannot be applied on national forests without environmental review and expert agreement, that the data show that herbicide application is the best tool for the forest and health restoration. So when I looked into it more, couldn't find that. This is what I found. You guys did not run a Tahoe field trial of target plant kill, didn't do new wildlife toxicity tests in the basin, did not present new local water quality monitoring results in the EA excerpts available, and no project-specific groundwater monitoring plan was described in the big summaries. So the sad part is that it looks like the Forest Service is going off that data that the EPA had, which they have been required by the federal law to go back and look at. EPA has been using the Monsanto papers, which is that science that was debunked because it was so ghostwritten by Monsanto. So if that's what the Forest Service is using to say that this stuff is safe, I ask that you guys go back and do some unbiased work. And also in terms of herbicides, maybe there are other ways, such as Firehawk, which is a non-synthetic herbicide that is approved by the state of California. And that could be something that would be less toxic to the basin. Just ask you to look at that, please. Protect Tahoe is not going away, not going anywhere. We're just getting started. And I think we can all work together. We have a firestorm of people all about this. And like you all said, we're all in this together. And I think we can make a big difference for the whole nation and then maybe the world, getting the stuff out of our forests. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
We're having a little technical difficulty with our timer, but I am timing everyone.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, Tara Thornton, co-founder of Protect Tahoe. I want to start saying we've been meeting with the TRPA and the Forest Service regionally and in DC. We've been very happy with those meetings. We've been really appreciative. Honestly, I can tell you, I am in a lot of meetings in a lot of places, and I don't know anyone. Well, I haven't been meeting with Monsanto. So everyone is on the same side. Nobody wants this. What our request is that the TRPA change the code of ordinance to explicitly discourage it. The only thing we're saying is let's remove the one tool, the conventional herbicides. It is not necessary. The forests do not depend on the use of glyphosate. Our wildfire resiliency, our forest regen, even our timber board feet don't require that. And we have other tools. And that's what everyone is wanting and demanding and saying. There is no better place than Tahoe in the basin and beyond in our bioregion, bi-state bioregion, to do this, to set the example. Yes, we have the fact that Supervisor Gagnon and I have met and we discussed how Region 5 had been asked to update from a 2002 lawsuit out of Sierra Ranger District, have been asked to update the vegetation management plan and the use on human health risks and environmental hazards. Again, it looks like, and that's still being referenced. We have a Ninth Circuit decision out of California in 2022 that has said on glyphosates, NRDC versus EPA, that they have not met, EPA has not met the human health hazard studies on and environmental risk on glyphosate. Again, we know these are problems there. And if you're put up against a hard line now to proof that out, we're standing good. This stuff it has very big risks in big ways. And also we don't need it. So our request is let's just all partner. Let's do this the way where we all win. We're all linking arms. There's no need to fight. What we need to do is link arms and together pioneer this. Thanks.
Thank you.
And we are just getting started.
Thank you.
Sorry, Scott.
Welcome.
For the next names, Alan Miller, David Coley, Samantha Stevens, Adele Margolis, James Maskell, please be ready.
It's a strange quirk of meetings that we get 2 shots to talk. That's atypical, but welcomed. Once again, for the record, my name is Scott Robbins. I am a South Lake Tahoe City Councilman. I'm here in my individual capacity as an elected representative of the people of the city of South Lake Tahoe. The TRPA has a good track record of taking public input. What it does not have a great track record of is accepting and acting on that public input. And there is an opportunity before you today to demonstrate a change, to be willing to buck powerful political interests that have shifted in Washington from one of mere environmental indifference to outright environmental belligerence. This is a room where it happens. This is the room that can make a difference, that if you are willing to exercise authority you have to overrule decisions that are to be made now or in the future by a Forest Service that is run by an Interior Department that is determined to see our environmental resources as an opportunity for exploitation rather than a resource to be cherished. That is the decision that begins here today. Who among us speaks for the trees? It is us. We are here to speak for the trees. For the trees have no lungs, and we ask you, the trees have no tongues, and we ask you at the top of our lungs to consider what we do here today. We have an opportunity to understand, as the speaker after me said, that you cannot poison a forest into health. That is not a meaningful option. Manual and reforestation, the idea that we no longer have the workforce for that, is belied by the fact that much of that workforce has been scared out of this community and scared out of regional communities by the same government that is saying that poison is the only option before us now.
Thank you, Scott.
You have an opportunity
Thank
to
you.
make the difference
Thank
and
you,
listen
sir.
to our speaking for the trees.
Thank you. Please, again, could we not have comments from the audience relative to speakers' comments, please? Welcome.
Hi, interested persons and EIP committee members. I'm Alan Miller, a civil and environmental engineer with a background in water quality regulations. And these comments follow my May comments and comments in writing for this meeting. I assert my written contentions are fully backed up in the law and the public record. The compact gives TRPA the authority and duty to issue a permit to the U.S. Forest Service for any other person for any activity that may affect the natural resources of the Tahoe region unless that activity is designated as exempt from a TRPA permit. The duty to issue a permit is after a public meeting and a vote of at least 5 governing board members in the state affected and 9 votes overall of the 14 potential votes. The compact allows for the memorandum of understanding with U.S. Forest Service cited in item 5A, but that MOU does not cover the use of glyphosate as proposed by the U.S. Forest Service for the Caldor fire recovery activities in accordance with provisions for exempt activities in MOU Section 3F vegetation management, and the activities are designated as subject to application review in Section 4 projects to be reviewed by the governing board. Since the project is not exempt or covered by the MOU, that means the governing board shall require an application for review and make required findings at a public meeting to support or deny permit issuance. Well, no application has been provided or required, and that's what I request. Or you can propose changes to your MOU in the public forum, but I'd rather see the proposal just be withdrawn. If a letter requirement to the Forest Service is not timely forthcoming, I'll be asking for public records. And if you persist with not regulating this project, I hope you get sued. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Samantha, North Tahoe long-term resident. Many of my comments and feelings have already been expressed here. So now that the Forest Service is here, I'll direct it to you. I hope that you will talk about this. My stance is very clear. I don't think 1 drop of glyphosate should be dropped anywhere by you guys. But one very concerning thing I saw, one of the maps put out when all of this came about a few months ago, was your spray area seemed to be much larger than the actual Caldor fire, also incorporating into Heavenly Valley or Heavenly Ski Resort on the California-Nevada side. I don't know if that has since been updated, but my concern is that this is not even going to be relegated just to the burn area, but much, much further. Again, I don't think any glyphosate should be dropped at all. The second thing I want to say is, have you guys looked at Canada as an example? Since 2001, the only province in Canada that has banned glyphosate on public forest has been Quebec. Every other province has been spraying it for the timber industry, namely for a money-making profit for the timber industry. When you look at these ravishing fires over the past 10 years, what is the one province that has not had nearly as much damage? Quebec. They are the ones that for 25 years have banned this. They have had the to actually stand up and ban it. And they have healthier forests. They still have their timber industry intact than BC, than the East Coast, than Alberta. Have you looked into that? Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Welcome.
Hello.
You can pull the mic down a little bit if you need to.
Okay.
There you go.
My name is Julie Johnson. I'm from South Lake Tahoe. I am photography. I like to take trees. I take beautiful pictures of trees and birds and wildflowers. My point is, I'm right here. We are here to say and fight our national land and vote that belong to earth. Peace for your heart, from your heart. Don't rest whole state. I'm begging you. I hate this to disappear. It don't disappoint me because my pictures is tell a story about trees and the skies and the birds and the bears and the deers and that go on to more generation in the future. And I hope you take my advice and hopefully you believe in me because we are here to fight and say for good. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. That's a really tough speaker to follow. Collect myself for a minute. I spoke before, mainly from my perspective as a longtime Tahoe resident, a mother and a grandmother. The most important initials after my name are MOM and GIGI, GG. But now I'm going to speak to you as an attorney and an MBA, which is what I do professionally. And I think that what's happening here is we need to look, my MBA training always taught me to follow the money. Where's the money here? Who benefits? The community doesn't benefit. The trees don't benefit. The insects, the mycorrhizal fungi that feeds these conifers that everybody's so excited about instantly reseeding and not letting nature take its course and reseed them as it has in the Angora burn scar. That was a 2008 fire. Only 18 years later, there are conifers, tall conifers in that scar. So by following the money, what I see and what incenses me as a taxpayer and a local year-round resident is that it seems like what we're trying to do is make our precious national forests, which are a diverse community of flora and fauna, into timber farms. The speaker 2 speakers ago spoke eloquently about Canada. My mom's from British Columbia. I've seen what those fires do. And it's because the entire frickin' province, is a tree farm. You have to follow the money. Now, legally, I find all sorts of, what can I call it? Anomalies in this approval process. And what I'm begging for and asking for and challenging you to do on this committee and on the entire large TRPA governing board is to adhere to your mission. Do your jobs, change the code of ordinances, amend it.
That's 2 minutes.
Amend it to prohibit herbicides.
Thank you.
I'm just going to get the next 5 people in the queue. Corinna Faley, Judy Hall, Jessica Carlson, Hannah Teeter, and Katie Larson. And if y'all could please state your name for the record when you start. Thank you.
Welcome.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nick Kalbach and I am from Pollock Pines, California. I'm on the west slope. I live on the side that's already seeing the effects of forest management that hasn't reached you yet. And the Caldor fire came less than a quarter mile from my house, and the King fire came less than a half mile on the other side, the top north of Pollock Pines. And over the last 5 or 6 years, I've spent my time in the place I love, in the places I've loved that I've lost in those fires. And you see the succession coming back. You see the life coming back. You see a diverse system coming back. And you can get out of your chairs and travel half an hour from here, 45 minutes from here, and look at the places that are using glyphosate in our forest system right now, and you're going to see a dead forest. You're going to see a clear line, like someone mentioned, where there's life, there's diversity, there's all of that coming back. All of the native species are coming back. And then a hard line towards clear cut and an entire dead forest floor. And that's the heartbreaking thing for me. The proof is in the pudding. We have the science through Protect Tahoe, but we also have eyes. Some of that may feel anecdotal, but it is really clear when you see it firsthand. And you see the death of a forest, of a monocropped, cultured forest. We see it off Icehouse Road. And you're going to see it on Mormon immigrants. So I ask you guys this, just one thing. You know, DDT was a big thing. Rachel Carson fought that for 15 years, why the federal government poisoned this nation. And a hit piece after hit piece came out after her, but she stood her ground. And what did that become? The biggest landmark environmental case of our time. And you have an opportunity for that now.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi again. My
Hi.
name's Karina Faley. I live in South Lake Tahoe. I spend at least 50% of my day out in this beautiful environment. I'm an avid hiker. I'm a backcountry skier. I'm a paddleboarder. I love to swim in the lake. I like to do all the things that make this place great. And I'm seriously, seriously worried with all the reading I've done on the scientific research on how toxic this chemical is. I can't even believe that the Forest Service is contemplating spraying this in this beautiful environment, let alone in any of our forests in California or the rest of the nation. I just want to point people's attention to how devastating the effect of herbicides are. We have seen this played out over and over again in this country, right? We have seen, I think it was really great to point out what's happened in Canada with the forestry management. But if you look within our own nation, in Lake Okeechobee, in Florida, herbicides are routinely used by state agencies in mass quantities for aquatic herbicides. And the devastation that has done to that watershed is unbelievable. Massive unharvested plant die-offs, decay at the bottom of the lakes, stripping oxygen from the water, triggering severe fish kills and further environmental damage, right? We're seeing this if you look at the Snake River in Idaho. I have a family member who lives there. It is a toxic wasteland. It's a beautiful river. You don't even want to get in that water, right? That is, I understand that's agricultural herbicide, but the point is the same. It's poison, right? If you just Google, you will find numerous instances. Colorado, right, had to shut down their home lake state wildlife area because of the effects of toxic herbicides. We have an opportunity to stop this devastation from stop us poisoning the lake, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. Hey, everybody. My name's Hannah Teeter. I moved to Tahoe 20 years ago, and the first year I moved here, I won an Olympic gold medal in women's super pipe. So we all know this is a special place. And I live right in Myers, so I'm 1 block from the burn scar. And I just am blown away by some of the information that's in the previous court cases with Monsanto Bayer paying $11 billion in cancer lawsuits, losing those cases. So this product has actually been proven to give people cancer. It's proven. And I'm just wondering all the other people who couldn't prove it, you know, there's many, many more out there that couldn't directly link it to their cancer. So it's just really worrisome that we would take one of the most beautiful, iconic, pure places in the world. 1 million tourists come here a year to enjoy just the purity of this place. It's a sanctuary. And even traveling the globe, I'd be all over it. I'd just be so excited to come back to Tahoe because you get off the plane here, you come up and it's just, you just feel better. It's one of those just spa-like places where it's like a massage walking around here. You just feel better. And I'm just hoping the TRPA will be on our team on this one and ban herbicides in the basin. I mean, this is only 3,500 acres we're talking about. Why would we use a toxic product on 3,500 acres? We have many other options to use on this. And I just ask that we deploy those options. And I know you guys are on the same team as us, and it's just figuring out the logistics. and I hope we can work together. I'm also with Tara and Protect Tahoe. And we're thankful for your guys' time hearing us, but yeah, let's ban herbicides in the basin. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm gonna call the next 5, sorry, just to get them ready. Melissa Soderson, I think it's Ali Gosselin, Tanya, Evangel, Divine, starts with an M, last name, and Dylan Warren. Go ahead, thank you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Larson, and I recently moved here with my partner to Incline Village. And I just remember the first time that I saw Tahoe, I was like, wow, what a dream. This is incredible. Because I've had the perspective of living in places that were not protected. I was originally from Michigan and had moved back a couple of years ago and had a 5-year-old dog. And he loved to play in the stream and the creek that I lived on. And he would chase his ball, he would throw it in, he'd play for hours a day in the creek. And then at 5 years old was diagnosed with stage 5 gastrointestinal cancer, which spread to his bone marrow, his lymph nodes, all throughout his body. And I watched him die a horrid death. Come to find out, several months later, properties upstream were using glyphosate. This is not an isolated incident. Other dogs died similar deaths. And it was just very apparent firsthand to see the atrocities that glyphosate has on our bodies, on our endocrine systems, on everything. It impacts us in every single way. And also I remember learning about this back circa 2009 in college, like the atrocities that Monsanto was committing. I thought it was a closed case, done deal, blacklisted, like that will never be done again. And to hear in 2026 that this is still being considered, it's just disgusting. And it's not a matter of if this will devastate the Tahoe Basin with this use, but it's when. So we can stop that. I've seen one side, I've seen the suffering that it imposes, and we can stop that. We can prevent that. And obviously we're passionate, like we're here to discuss other options. And so we're here, we're not going anywhere.
Thank you. Welcome.
Melissa Soderson, South Lake Tahoe. Again, please allow every person here to speak. They deserve their time. You guys all know me. I'm in almost every single meeting to hold you idiots accountable. And I will not stop until we're done. No,
Ms. Soderstone, hold on a
I'm
second.
out of order.
I want
Okay,
to hear from the
respectful
speaker. Will the
members of the
audience, Ms. Soderstone, will
I'm
you
here to
please
talk
wait
to
a second?
Victor. Victor, you and I have walked.
Excuse me.
Yes, Brooke, what?
Will the audience please allow the speaker to say what they need to say and not make additional comments, please? We're here to hear from everybody.
I don't really care. Oh, anyway, Victor, I've walked these forests with you and Eric. I know that you were born and raised here, and I know how you personally feel about these forests. I know that you probably go home and cry in your shower about what's happening out there, watching the destruction that's happening. You and Eric both admitted to me that many of these projects have been conducted very poorly. We don't want this in our forests anymore. We need you to retire and become a whistleblower for us. Some of the best members of the Forest Service have done that in recent years, and they are doing amazing work out there. None of us are buying that we're being given fair shake today, that we're being actually listened to. I've been here for almost a decade having this same conversation, and still we're at checklist, exemption. We're tired of it. I know for a fact that the NRDC is listening today. The Center for Biological Diversity is listening today. Western Watersheds Project is listening today. Audubon Society is listening today. Sierra Club is listening today. And we're not done. This will not stand. Every single agency, including your own science from the Forest Services, says clearly that the only thing that is going to protect communities is to harden infrastructure. And yet we focus nothing on that at all. I'm tired of watching my forests get destroyed. If any of you can get out of your offices, put on some comfortable shoes and go for a walk through the forest, you can see what's happening out there. You can see the destruction on one side from these logging and herbicide projects, and you can see the clear recovery from a naturally burned forest on the other. We're tired of it. I will be back every day, and I will not be polite next time. This is me polite.
Welcome.
Hello, my name is Jess, and I have lived in South Lake Tahoe for the past 10 years. And I feel very lucky to call this place home. And I believe that living here comes with a shared responsibility to protect it. Homeowners and business owners throughout the Tahoe Basin follow very strict rules because Tahoe is so special. If we are all expected to take extra precautions to protect it, our government agencies need to be held to that same standard. My mom and her brother grew up in a home next door to a blueberry farm where synthetic herbicides were heavily used. When my mom was only 23 years old, both of her parents died from cancer within 6 months of each other. My mom now has cancer with no treatment options available. Her brother, my uncle, is dying from stage 4 cancer. Many of their former neighbors and neighbors' children have also developed cancer and died from it. I cannot prove what caused their illnesses, but they all shared one thing in common. They lived next door to that farm and were surrounded by the synthetic herbicides used there. California lists glyphosate under Proposition 65 as known to the state to cause cancer. An international cancer agency classifies it as probably carcinogenic. Probably is not reassuring to me. If there is even a possibility of harm, we should choose another option, especially here in Tahoe. We understand that wildfire protection is important, but we should not create one potential danger while addressing another. We are asking you, begging you, not only to listen, but to exercise the power you have to protect us. Please prohibit conventional synthetic herbicides throughout the Lake Tahoe Basin. When it comes to spraying a probably carcinogenic chemical in our forest, saying no should probably be an easy decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Can I ask for my timer not to start just I need just to breathe for maybe 10 seconds? Thank you. I will. Thank you. I did speak already. I personally was saved out of Lake Tahoe by a Washoe elder, so I don't know how to politically speak right now at all, but I'd like to give her the floor. She saved me, and I believe she can save the lake. Dr. Lisa Grayshield.
So do I get 3 minutes?
No, your timer's already started. You're taking up the rest of her time.
I'm going to wait then for my time.
Okay. Okay.
Say absolutely. I'll take another 10 seconds off my clock then, please. Can you let me know how much time I have? And can you guys get this working too? Because it's quite infuriating witnessing people. I'm sorry. It's infuriating seeing people not be able to finish their thought. Like it takes a lot for me to show up here. So I'm going to start my timer now, please.
How much time is left, Catherine? Okay, you have 1 minute left.
Okay. I live in Myers now against the burn scar. I see the overflow into my own yard. I lay on the grass. I'm a forestry student. I'm a cancer survivor. I wanted to come work for the Forestry Service, frankly, and I actually wanted to go to Berkeley until I saw that they were spraying this right near our watershed, comparable forest, and the grazing was not an option because the goats like the trees. They ate everything else and they like the trees. So I'm just begging with my 60 seconds of my voice on this planet for everyone to please, please, please consider every chemical we put in our body and on the earth. How many of us have to die? I hope to God it's not big pockets. Please, please let that not be the case, or I'll be the one suing.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Divine Munguia, and I have been a little over 10-year resident here in South Lake Tahoe. I unfortunately have not seen about several dozen faces over here, at least from friends and also church family, but believe me, either they're working hard in the community, if not, are trying to go out and live their lives. I am a caregiver, so with the speakers having mentioned, people having died from cancer is a bit triggering, unfortunately, because yeah, is seeing that on the front line. So that in mind, and to keep this to the point, we know that there has been some spraying going on over in Sierra Tahoe, and that is only the beginning of it if they have their way. And we know that the water will be affected. We don't know how long we're going to have before it's going to start to affect us, how many cases we're going to have between here and when we can actually make a difference legally. Aside from that, the wildlife is going to get hit first. So if we're going to be having those cases and everything, it's going to get a lot quieter at night before we even get to, like, you know, enjoy those hikes and everything. It's going to get a lot quieter in the woods. So just want to go ahead and at least make that point. I'll surrender the rest of my time.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get the next 5 speakers queued up. Taryn Teak, Haven Teak, Cindy, last name also starts with an M, Zong Angelfire, and Anne Leach, I believe it is.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Alex Goslin. I'm a 30-year Tahoe local. I own Canna Blue Dispensary. You know, my whole life, the government's been telling me which plants to fear and which chemicals to trust. The chemicals keep hurting us, not the natural plants. We're being told that the glyphosate is not going to get into the water. Well, there was a new USGS study, and it shows that glyphosate was detected in 60 to 100% of air and rain samples collected in agricultural areas during the growing season. So if glyphosate can get into the air, it can come down in rain. And if it gets into the rain, it's going to get into Lake Tahoe. Bear agreed to pay $11 billion in settlements, resolving 100,000 cancer claims. Now in June, the Supreme Court made it nearly impossible to sue Monsanto. So now when Tahoe locals start getting sick, we're just going to have to live with it. You guys have a choice today. There's been 11 billion in settlements, 100,000 cancer claims. Would any of you knowingly volunteer your own children to be exposed to something with that kind of history? Of course not. So don't volunteer ours. This is an opportunity to be the heroes, be the organization locals can rally around and be proud of. Tahoe is not a laboratory. Once we spray it, we cannot unspray it. Change one word, discourage to prohibit. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Dylan Warren, South Lake Tahoe resident for over 10 years. I just wanted to talk about the use of glyphosate in the Lake Tahoe Basin. When I first found out about it, I came directly to TRPA. They told me some things and then directed me to the Forest Service. They told me that it will not be sprayed in the basin, and it has not been, but it will maybe be sprayed in 2028. The issue with that is that the thought of it even being sprayed is pretty ludicrous. The fact that they said that it won't be draining into the basin isn't even a problem. We're more concerned about the other towns below us. The American River feeds into Pollock Pines and Placerville, places where I bike, recreate. It's all important. So the fact that they even told me that to not worry about it being coming into the Tahoe Basin is still not really all right. I grew up in New York, where we've pretty much destroyed most of the environment around New York City and the Hudson Valley. I couldn't even swim in the Hudson River growing up because it was contaminated by PCBs. So pretty much I'm asking you to take into consideration not poisoning our forests.
Thank you.
Michelle Miller, Jeb, I'm so sorry, Siluna, I'm not even close, I'm sorry. Reed Reichart and Natalia Manzina. Whoever's first, go for it.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jeb Cicluna, Truckee resident, part-time Myers. And I spoke earlier about the common sense about our wildlife and watershed. stuff that kindergartners would get, and us being intellectually intelligent, proactive locals and leaders representing us to protect our watershed that we drink. And like cold water to a thirsty soul, if I had any water to drink, it would be Tahoe, as I'm out there swimming, surfing, paddleboarding, fishing, all the cool stuff that we all recreate and love, enjoy to do. Where's that water go? The people have the rights to that watershed, our local native tribes, the farmlands. But yet it comes down from those frothy, snowy peaks, glorious glides down the mountain. We all enjoy just heavenly descents, right? Epic radness abounding. We're all so stoked to live here and enjoy this area. And yet I really want to buy property, but if they're spraying glyphosate right where I love brushing it up at my legs against, with my pedals and spokes against those, all the brush growing up, healing, restoring, forest ecology, just doing its thing, healing with mushrooms and all. And all of a sudden there's like, what's that on me? And why are these insects dying? Why is there a bird on the ground? And where I've seen them spraying this toxic stuff where we all love to ski, the results are gnarly. Now, I mentioned I was a professional wildland firefighter, an all-risk firefighter, and when firefighters are running out of the most gnarly Armageddon flames, I've been part of those teams running into the head of the fires to pinch and cut the fire off. And I can only imagine, well, if they're now spraying stuff that's gonna thin out the trees by poisons and just create more flammable 1 hour fuel material on the ground, then fires are gonna spread. You're not doing it right. Thinning, trimming, manual work, getting out there, grit.
Thank you.
We need to manage our foresters properly, as you've been well
We
trained.
appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Try to, but I won't repeat.
Hold on just one moment. I have a committee member that needs to make a statement.
So as you know, this is my first day on the board today, and so I have another commitment I have to get to. So I wanted to, I've heard what's going on, and in this, if there was any vote here today, I would probably abstain, not having enough information to know what's going on, having done that. But I would like to put forth, just before we leave, that I would like to see clarification from maybe council of exactly what TRPA's role is in what we can and cannot on the record. And then we have 2 years, from my understanding, before this happens, so we could possibly put this on the agenda to move forth, since I know what the public is asking is not on the agenda. So I know we couldn't make that done today. So I would appreciate that. And then I will phone in and be continuing to listen, but I won't be able to communicate. So thank you.
Yeah, please. Madam Executive Director, would you mind just briefly letting Mr. Tolbert know what the plan is?
Certainly. Thank you, Member Tolbert, and we'll get right back to public comment. This is Julie Reagan, Executive Director, and I'll invite Graham St. Michel, our General Counsel, to talk about this as well. This is agendized for possible action, so it really is up to the committee in terms of what they want to do to move this along, to direct staff. There is no permit that TRPA is writing related to this project, because the Forest Service is within their purview to do this. We are engaged constructively with the Forest Service, and I think one of the outcomes we'd like to see is to make sure that we stay at the table over the next 2 years. Our understanding from the Forest Service, which they're going to put in their presentation, is that nothing would happen in the burn area related to reforestation with herbicides until at the earliest 2028. So we do have time to stay engaged in consultation, and that'll get fleshed out in the discussion. Anything you wanted to add to that, Graham?
I think nothing at this time. I can follow up with you later, but I'd rather let the comments continue and hear from the Forest Service and staff before we really get into some of the meat here.
Right, and I will log in as soon as I walk out, so I will be continuing to listen. I just want to make sure I was clear, and I didn't want anybody to think I was sneaking out the back door. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Okay, yes.
Try to with my frogs.
Okay, welcome back.
But I'm going to do my best not to repeat myself. Wait, can you see the frogs now?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay, hooray. Okay, so once again, this is the Sierra Nevada yellow-legged frog, which is an endangered species and therefore protected. So my concern is that the frog can't be adequately protected if they spray glyphosate because the frog's breeding habitat, this part's undisputed, the frog's breeding habitat includes the streams and the lakes and the creeks. And so even though glyphosate binds strongly to the soil, I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself, when the snow comes, it comes flying in and affects them. So the way they've gotten around it, and of course my slide's not moving for some reason, so apologies. The way they've gotten around it is they've said this, not gotten around it, so apologies if it didn't come out quite right. So the way they've tried to decide is they said, okay, if they can keep the spraying, if they can guarantee that within 500 feet of, is it working? You see this right? Okay. If they can say that within 500 feet, that the glyphosate doesn't get near there, they should be, it doesn't cause adverse effects, then they should be fine. However, with our snow and it moving, it's pretty hard. So anyhow, sorry if I'm repeating myself, but anyhow, my point was, I'll show you some of the photos as I'm kind of moving around. These are all photos that my sons and my friend took. We trail run in the beautiful mountains. I don't believe that applying glyphosate in the forest will be legal with regard to respect to protecting the Sierra Nevada yellow-legged frog. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next 5 to line up to speak: Tracy Wilson, Jill Rivers, Ksenia, last name starts with an A, Nadia Ter, Michelle Sterling. You were in the last one. Go ahead.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Reed Reichart. I live near the Caldor burn area, and I've hiked that ground for 14 years. I'm extremely concerned about what the restoration plan will mean for that recovering forest, for the people who use it, for the people who live nearby, and for the future of the Tahoe Basin. I've submitted a written comment asking you to determine whether herbicide application across thousands of acres is truly exempt from TRPA review and explaining why I don't believe it is. There are no herbicide provisions anywhere in TRPA's agreement with the Forest Service, and every other exemption in it has a cap. For example, watershed restoration and erosion control are capped at 50 acres. Yet this spray plan would kill erosion controlling native chaparral across potentially thousands of acres under an exemption with no cap at all. I'd suggest the reason for that gap is that mass herbicide spraying was never contemplated when the agreement was written. It was almost certainly not meant to cover that. This needs close scrutiny. Most importantly, please bring options for amending code section 60.1.7 to prohibit rather than discourage synthetic herbicide use in the Tahoe Basin, so we don't have to go through this for every project. There's still time to get this right, but not 2 years. There's too much at stake. This should be top priority right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Janice Stillis, Sarah Vidra, Wendy Liebscher, Robert, starts with a J, or Oliver Starr. Any folks like to comment? Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, Chair and members of the Environmental Improvement Committee. I'm Sarah Vidra, the Executive Director of the Tahoe Water Suppliers Association. We are a 9-member organization who represent 12 public water systems. I'm responsible for implementing a watershed protection program in support of the US EPA's Safe Drinking Water Act, surface water treatment rules, filtration exemption for 6 of our water utilities. The TWSA appreciates the opportunity to provide input. We encourage the TRPA to work with the US Forest Service and regulatory agencies, including Lahontan, the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, water suppliers, and other appropriate agencies as treatment plans are developed. From a source water protection standard, I have the following considerations and recommendations. Continued evaluation of non-chemical and integrated vegetation management approaches where feasible, advanced consideration on the effects of water suppliers in any potential treatment areas, and appropriate monitoring and documentation for future data review. Also, site-specific protections for surface water, groundwater, and other sensitive resources. Thank you for your time today and to listening to the community. I think there's a great opportunity for us all to work together to protect Lake Tahoe as a source of drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Brooke. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oliver Starr. I'm the Executive Director of the Tahoe Wolf Center and a Bear League board member and conflict management volunteer. I'm also recovering from aggressive treatment for metastatic head and neck cancer. I want to address something we haven't talked about enough: wildlife habitat. Lake Tahoe does not have wilderness over here and people over there. We have an extraordinarily complex wildland-urban interface where bears, coyotes, deer, and countless other species move constantly between forest and developed areas. And that matters when we start eliminating vegetation with herbicides. For a bear, habitat isn't simply trees, it's grasses, shoots, berries, seeds, insects, cover, and the entire living community those plants support. We spend enormous amounts of time and money telling people, keep Tahoe bears wild, don't give them reasons to enter our neighborhoods. Then we should be extraordinarily cautious about reducing the natural food and habitat available to them outside those neighborhoods. That contradiction should concern everyone in this room. And Tahoe is not just another national forest. This is one of the most recognized, most studied, and most environmentally sensitive landscapes in the world. TRPA exists precisely because ordinary environmental standards were not considered sufficient to protect this extraordinary place. You have authority here that very few communities possess. Please use it. Do not allow chemical vegetation control to become normalized in the Tahoe Basin when less destructive methods are available. If there is anywhere in America where we should be able to say, we can do better than this, it's Lake Tahoe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mindy Badgley, Dawn Green, Lynette Hoy, Jake Parker, or S. Johnson. Please come forward. Thank you.
Welcome.
Welcome. My name is Mindy Badgley, and I don't have a prepared statement, but I just wanted to call to come up here and say my piece. I grew up here. I've been here since about 1968, and my dad was a firefighter and a builder. And so in my home, I used to hear about the TRPA, and it was a little bit villainized because he was a builder. Anyways, I moved away for about 30 years. Oh, I also wanted to say, as my dad was a firefighter, I don't remember him ever fighting any fires. It was more on emergency calls. So things have changed a lot since then. I moved away for about 30 years and came back, and everybody was like, oh, wow, Tahoe really must have changed. And I was like, well, not really. And I really give the TRPA a lot of credit on that, because I feel like you've done a lot to keep growth and the integrity of what Tahoe is supposed to be intact. So I hope that that stays that way. And I appreciate you being at the forefront to be able to maybe stop what I think is an environmental disaster. Also, my husband, who has been born and raised here, is in the medical field. And I know for one thing, you don't fight toxicity with more toxicity. When somebody has a toxic overload, they go on a detox. You don't put more chemicals into a potentially already a situation that has been caused by chemicals. This situation has come about, in my opinion, from a lot of environmental hazards, global warming, especially these hot fires. And so to try to fight something so catastrophic and so gigantic with something like an herbicide, which has the word side in it, which is death, that's to kill things. And it is just, it's not good science. It's not good medicine. And I, for one, don't think that that's the right thing to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Lynette Hoy again. And I truly truly from the bottom of my heart and every gene that grew up here, hope that you can see that this is not just a Forest Service problem. This is not just a water problem. This is an environmental and circle of life problem. And I've been nursing for over 40 years. I've been involved in cancer research, and there is no way that you cannot look at that and justify the use of these parasites. I also work with people in Pollock Pines that clean the water. There were no conversations with them at all whether that could be taken out of the water source. Our water on the western slopes particularly does feed the entire Sacramento Valley and beyond that. In order for the citizens of District 5 and South Lake Tahoe to have trust with you, we need more transparency. We need to be involved in the conversations. And this cannot be overlooked anymore. And I pray on every soul, animal, flower, plant, and bug that you take this seriously. We need some answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Siba Johnson. I was raised here in Lake Tahoe. I'm a two-time Olympian. I came here to train on the mountains here. Every morning I wake up, I live in the Heavenly Valley area. I take a strong inhale of the beauty that we have in Lake Tahoe. I smell the scent that the trees are giving off. My sister Zuli spoke eloquently about the photographs that she takes of the flowers. I came back to Tahoe because this is where I want to spend the last days of my life, but I don't want to spend the last days of my life because I got poisoned by a chemical that we can decide not to put on our land. So please, please, you guys have so much power in this town. Listen to every single human soul that we have in this place. And there's also a dog. The dog puts their paws on the ground. The birds, everyone is counting on you guys. Please.
Thank you.
Diane Sternin, Lisa Foley, Kristen Ponger, Laurelyn Vineyard, or Catherine, that's my name. Catherine Loy, starts with an L. Sorry, I can't read it. Whoever's ready can go. Go ahead.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this chance to speak today. Thank you also for listening to us today and sitting here for these long hours. I'm not speaking about fancy laws or science studies. I'm just going to speak from the heart. I wrote this morning. I moved to Tahoe in 2017 after falling in love with this land. I know that you all have probably fallen in love with it here too. And I know that we all have. That's why we're here. I made friends. I found a warm community. And I met my husband. After renting for years, we finally bought our home in 2020. And I know living here for 9 years by no means counts as being a real local.
No, it counts.
Thank you. But Tahoe is the place I've been looking for my whole life. I've never felt called to plant roots anywhere but here. I grew up in Minnesota, the state with the most pesticides used in the country. I went to college in LA, where the tap water is toxic and the air pollution is significant. I then lived in San Francisco after that, where I saw severe homelessness in the streets, and I avoided the tap water there too, and where the hum of Silicon Valley is wearing on your nervous system constantly. All of us here, I think all of us will not accept anything short of a ban on the use of herbicides and glyphosate in Tahoe. Please don't turn our oasis, our reprieve from this toxic world, into another unhealthy place to live. Just like the plants that would be killed by the glyphosate, you will destroy a part of the community if you do this. These plants are a natural part of Mother Earth's own science for healing itself, a science that is millions of years old and predates all of us. You will injure the spirit of this community if you allow spraying of these chemicals here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome to both of you.
Hi there. We're gonna just see how chill she'll be for a second. Okay. I don't have anything prepared, and I don't know that I'll be able to make it through this without getting really emotional. When I first learned about the glyphosate potential being sprayed in our home and our forests, I was beside myself. I can't even believe that this is something that we have to talk about. I fear for my children, for our little babies to be born into this world where we're still polluting it and still poisoning it. Just as someone said about Rachel Carson and DDT, this is the DDT of our time. This is the moment to make history the right way. This is the moment where we can have clean air and clean water and let nature restore itself. We don't need to get in the way. She knows what to do. She knows the answers. I fear that my children will not have clean air to breathe, will not have clean water to drink. They won't be able to play outside. They're going to be stuck indoors under lights with air purifiers. What is the world we want? What do we want ahead? This is where we live. We care about this, right? Let Mother Nature do what she's intended to do. You heard about Canada. Please, I'm asking from my heart. I don't have anything written. I don't. Do it for her. Do it for her. Do it for all of us. Do it for our forests. Do it for the earth, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kristen Ponger. I live in Truckee. Thank you.
Next names. Same. Nick. Yeah, you're good. I'm gonna call the next five if the next five can line up. And then you can speak. Nick Miller, Peggy Cooley, Cheryl Busby, Brandon Miller, Colin Grenardi. Go ahead. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Catherine Levy. I'm a Tahoe Vista resident. I spent summers on this lake as a child and many winter weekends here. As I was growing up, I taught skiing here for more than a decade, and I just relocated here, lifelong dream, about a year ago.
Welcome home.
Thanks. The issue is that Lake Tahoe is my drinking water. So this has become a concern of mine. I've done some extensive research. Treatment with Tahoe is not an option, given Tahoe's scale. It holds 37 trillion gallons, and water entering it today can take about 650 years to reach the lake's outlet in the Truckee River. Prevention is the only way to keep glyphosate out of the water in the first place. Filters don't work 100%. They do filter some, but they do not filter out all of glyphosate in residential tap water and even in commercial lab settings. I took this argument to Sacramento a little under 2 weeks ago, and I met with Heather Hadwick's legislative director, hoping that they could help. I was largely met with dismissiveness. What I was talking to them about was wildfire bills that are before the assembly for a vote. All of those do not include the safeguards that are omitted in the project documents of the Caldor restoration. I just wanted to point out that California is not powerless here. I was told that it's a federal issue. It is not. The Porter Cologne Water Quality Control Act gives the state and its regional water boards independent authority to protect water quality, require monitoring, and enforce against pollution regardless of what a federal agency authorizes. TRPA has compact authority. California has Porter Cologne, neither requires federal permission. Use them. Before any further application that may affect Tahoe tributaries, require independent baseline testing for glyphosate and AMPA. time-bound downstream monitoring with public reporting and advance notice and an alternatives analysis.
Thank
The
you.
window for baseline monitoring is still open. Winter, it might not be.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Nicholas Miller. I've lived in Tahoe since I was 5 years old. Pesticides is something that has been somewhat close to me as a topic. I've written papers on pesticides. I thank the TRPA and the Forest Service for being here today. And I'm mostly on the topic of papers. The Forest Service's justification for spraying glyphosate in the basin comes down to a 2011 risk assessment. However, this isn't even original research. This is a compilation that was later redacted in November 2025. This paper was redacted. Court documents revealed that Monsanto employees had actually written that paper. They were the primary source for a lot of the research. It was shown in later communications that Monsanto was paying people to put out this research saying that glyphosate was not actually toxic to humans, and this is found to be false. Another thing to note is that the reason I'd say that this paper was treated fairly for so long is that these Monsanto employees were deliberately kept off of the co-author page. And so it was just simply reputable scientists. And it was just recently found that in November 2025, this was not the case. This is probably one of multiple issues on just in a deeper level, whether that be through incentives, whether that be through false research. There's something going on here. And I think it's good to take another look. And I think it's good to have some independent research and looking in before you do anything. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think it's Marcus, last name Best, Monica Evans, Jenny Lundeen, Candace Kula Wilson, Patty Farley. If you'd like to comment, please come forward.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to us. I'm going to follow up with some of your same comments.
Sorry, can we get your name for the record?
Yes,
Thank
my
you.
name is Monica Evans. Been here since the 1900s. I moved to Tahoma in 1997. And this is my home. My grandparents used to vacation here, so I've been coming here since I was 10 years old. And Tahoe is by far one of the most beautiful places in the entire world. So I think it is our obligation to protect it, to not let it turn into one of the wastelands like we've heard the other people talking about. I'm assuming that the U.S. Forest Service's decision was largely based on the study by Williams, Crows, and Munro back in 2000. As Nick was saying, they found out that Monsanto was part of ghostwriting that. It was actually based on unpublished studies from Monsanto themselves that this research came from, that the paper came from. And even the EPA was using this to determine that Roundup or glyphosate was safe. But I will say that a company like Monsanto and Bayer would not pay out $11 billion, and they have another $7.25 billion ready to be paid out to future cases if there wasn't something wrong with their product. Even paying out $18 billion, they still have made a profit of almost $40 billion off of glyphosate. They're hiding something. They have a very good reason to hide it. Please, please do not let this infiltrate our forest. My dogs walk on the forest, our children, our animals. Please take care of this beautiful gem that we're so lucky to live in. Do not let it become a wasteland. And this, you have the power. So I beg of you, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jenny Lundeen. I'm a Pollock Pines resident of 30 plus years. And to say that the herbicide has not already been sprayed is kind of a splicing of words. The Caldor Restoration Project has absolutely seen lots of glyphosate application along with other herbicides, including the Sierra Tahoe Ski Resort, which I participated in the cleanup day and had a season pass there and was completely unaware of any of the spraying that I was exposed to. So I encourage you as partners with these organizations to highly consider the lawsuits that you're setting them up for when people are exposed to these chemicals without being informed. Also, Kiva Beach has already been sprayed. Sections of Tahoe Basin have been sprayed, just not under the Caldor Fire Restoration Project. So to cut little lines in these areas or in these projects to try to imply that this is being 2 years down the road is completely false. And I really dislike that that's the way that the media is covering this. And I feel like it's just to save face for some of those lawsuits, like I was saying, against these organizations who are partnered with the Forest Service and may or may not have a whole lot of say in what's being applied on their land. So in the El Dorado National Forest, I sought lots of information after realizing that I had been exposed. There was no timeline of spraying. I could not find out how much had been sprayed in any of the locations that I have frequented. I am an avid mushroom hunter, fisher, camper. I spend all of my time crawling around in these forests on my belly. So I just encourage you to think about the people that you're unknowingly exposing to these chemicals. Your safety studies rely on the retracted papers. There's responses, lack of response from the oversight, including our El Dorado County Ag Commissioner. These sites are not being inspected. The availability of what is being applied and where is not available. When I spoke with somebody from the Forest Service, I told them I'd shake every tree in this county until I could get this stopped. And they told me nobody in this county has the power to stop it. So
thank you.
I encourage you, TRPA, stop this.
Thank you.
Rebecca Pate and Allison Stanton. And if anybody else didn't have their name on a list and would like to comment, please come forward now.
Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for listening to us today. My name's Rebecca Pate, and in addition to the studies being disproven, I also wanted to state a fact. Chemical toxicity itself is determined by a hazard-based approach, not a risk-based approach. The science that you're even getting is only based on hazard. We've heard today different types of cancers that folks have had. And I just want to outline what a risk-based approach is. It is the likelihood or probability that the harm will actually occur based on the combination of the hazard, the level, the route, and the duration of exposure. Not to mention the multiple exposures we're getting from different toxic chemicals and how those chemicals react together. So, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hungamaheji, Washo de Montmo Ketletle, Kashanani Digumdia, Dr. Lisa Grayshield. I speak with the authority of my ancestors, my elders who've gone before me. We see the earth as alive, living, breathing. I'm the executive director of the Washoe Warrior Society. I'm the chairwoman of the Indigenous Future Society. I'm also on the board of directors of the North Lake Tahoe Historical Society. By trade, I'm a psychologist. 6 years ago, I turned into environmentalist because our healing is on the land. To return to our traditional foods, our traditional ways in which many of our people are involved in. We're involved in meadow restoration. We're involved in good fire on the land, harvesting it, our plants. I'm a grandmother. I have 6 grandchildren, and our people don't live here at the lake. We were pushed out quite a while ago. And we have a model of caring for this land from called the Indigenous IPCA, Indigenous Protected and Conserved Areas. And this model is being used all over the world right now and in parts of the United States. And it's time that we do all recognize. I'm so proud of this community for showing up on this issue. It's time for us to come together and recognize traditional ecological practices. We cared for this land for thousands of years without catastrophic forest fires or widespread destruction because we understood the land and the land understood us. So in our plight to return our people to the land, our traditional practices, we are convening on October 11th a meeting to introduce to all the organizations here. I invite everybody to give me a call, Lisa at washoewarriorsociety.org, and come to a meeting to learn about Indigenous protected and conserved areas. We can declare the entire Tahoe Basin and return to traditional practices. I don't think we need to be talking about whether or not we're going to put toxins into the earth. We know, like our previous speaker, that when you put toxins in your body, we're compromising our health. And when we want to change our health, we're going to have to stop. The same thing with the earth. The earth is alive. Chemicals are not the answer. Traditional practices worked for thousands of years without wildfires and all these catastrophic forest fires. So I urge the change in whatever legislation needs to be made. And I also urge you all to learn a little bit more about traditional ecological practices, what good fire on the land is. And thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, another sleepy one.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Laura Fulmore. I've lived among the Washoe people for 36 years. Stood at the edge of the lake with this child's great-grandfather, and he looked into the lake and said, "This isn't acceptable. It's dirty. It's nothing like when our elders who are still here saw when they were children." Glyphosate was developed as an iron pipe chelator. Come on. That gives kids horrible perforated intestines, an iron pipe chelator. Then they decided, oh, well, it kills plants too. So we're going to put this on the earth. Let me remind you that the Tahoe foresters don't have a lot of credibility in the whole world right now because of forestry in the United States and in Canada has caused good fire to be eliminated. Good fire brings water. Good fire takes care of the earth. Good fire is the answer. It takes 20 to 100 years for the succession that is natural in a forest to reclaim after a catastrophic burn. I work for the Center for the Study of the Force Majeure in the Washoe Warrior Society. We work with USF scientists, David Saw, preeminent scientist in fire science in California. Everyone is scared of catastrophic fire. That's why we need to re-implement good fire. That's why we need to not poison the land and dry it out. Glyphosate is used as a drying agent for alfalfa. It makes animals sick. It makes humans sick. It's a cancer-causing element. And all you guys have to do is change one word and just take a stand. That's a big deal. And it is a big deal. And I understand the political climate in America right now really well. This is difficult. This is profiteering and forestry over the earth. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't do that. Thank you.
Leke Aspen Kurillo, Degum Dia Kalei, Wakelele, Degum Tanu, De Hamu Yokade, Da'o Aga, Washu Ide Shamukei, Washishu, or Washu Ide Kesa, Ishada Leu Yasa La Galama, Dewit Ngaunga, Ida Idei, Gabishanga, Leu Lees, Ishanga. Dima Bayaga Ida. I am Aspen Kurillo. I am here representing Washoe youth and the future. And for the love of my people and my lake. Lake Tahoe is not just our homelands, it is our heartlands. We would like to return to our Washoe homelands one day without cancerous chemicals already, without another cancerous chemical already in our water. And this is for even after we are gone. We want this land to be pristine forever for all of our children. And it is to the water we pray to. I am here today to formally voice my opinion on the opposition of glyphosate and spraying in our Tahoe Basin. I urge the TRPA to reevaluate its current safety thresholds and consider a ban of glyphosate use in our area. The spraying actively erases 10,000s of years of history of Washoe stewardship, destroying ancient and future seed banks, and continuing a history of this area's disdain of the Washishu way of life and way of thinking. Glyphosate are a known carcinogen that will poison our waters, resulting in risk to not just humans, but all lives. The Washoe have already been forcibly removed from our homelands. With this removal, a door has been opened, allowing catastrophic fires in this area. And now you want to give the things you couldn't remove, our plants, animals, and water, a cancer. With that, I want to impose on you, to impose an immediate ban, conduct a comprehensive reassessment of the glyphosate safety profile, excluding the industrial like Monsanto ghost-ridden studies, and show how you care for us, our forests, our people, and our futures. Thank you for your time and consideration on this urgent matter.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Corey Malies, and I don't have anything prepared. I think everybody said it well. Please represent us. The people have spoken, and for every person that's here, hundreds probably, I mean, go to the farmer's market. There's a ton of people there. They pretty much, there's the Live at Lakeview, there's a lot of things, and it all comes down to water and moving water and air carrying water, which carries molecules that are poison. And we have them all over anyway, but there's also all these communities called like Pollock Pines and Sacramento and all those people down there that they have little farmers markets and stuff too, and community gatherings, and they deserve clean water. They built this whole deal, I don't know, in the 30s or whatever, to get snow to fill reservoirs to have water for people. Well, ours is still natural, and ours is the peak of it all. And how about that lady talking about Heavenly? Oh, so they're going to spray Heavenly too, even though it really was saved from the fire. And then firefighter guy here too. I was a wildland firefighter, and I don't really want to go into, I'm not doing it anymore, but I don't want any sons and daughters to go into already chemical place to fight a fire. What's that going to do? Does it suppress the fire? No, it activates for your lungs, which is going to happen the next time there's a fire. When you guys, when the people that are making decisions think about, you got to think about the whole eco thing. Remember, mushrooms, they provide trees, the trees, they all talk. The whole, I know I seem a little crazy, but it's just introducing a known carcinogen into anywhere is not safe, completely disgusting.
Thank you.
It's disgusting that it's even having to be talked about, and we have to fight for it.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you everybody for speaking today.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Allison Stanton. I can't believe I'm still standing here because I came here to stand up for science. I'm an independent botanist and a consultant, and I've spent my near 25-year career working here in the Lake Tahoe Basin. I have one of the first master's degrees that the UC Davis Invasive Wildland Weed Program awarded. I won't say when. I was a board member on earlier in my career on the California Invasive Plant Council, and was very instrumental in developing the first invasive plant inventory in California in 2006 that introduced the way that we rank invasive plants. And that organization, the Invasive Plant Council, and also the California Native Plant Society, both have white papers that describe their support for responsible herbicide use in the landscape to combat the scourge of non-native invasive plants. So I want to say that I think that an outright ban would fly in the face of science, because how we decide how to deploy these treatments on the landscape should be up to the scientists and the experts. Now, I had more prepared comments, but with only 2 minutes, the other thing I would like to say is that I do think the order of this meeting was very wrong. That I think that's probably evident to everybody, that we should have heard from the Forest Service first, so that we could have responded to a lot of facts. The mistrust of scientists is through the roof, and that is the biggest problem that you have. And because what everybody thinks they know about glyphosate is based on lawsuits and what they read about the agricultural system, which is not what we're doing here. And that's the only time I have. But I signed up to talk again after, so maybe I can address some of the things that the Forest Service actually says.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name's Christy Rogelstad, and I am a 10-year Truckee resident. I have 3 children, and as a family, we spend a lot of time in the mountains, skiing, snowboarding, in the lake, surfing, swimming. And I would just like to point out, I know somebody said it earlier, but there's an enclave down in Orange County, Ladera Ranch, with several people, mostly children, who have died and also who are currently sick with cancer from pesticide use. So I would just respectfully ask that you consider that when you're thinking of allowing this to happen in our beautiful place. We're so grateful to live in such a wonderful place. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Nicole Morgan. I was born here in South Lake Tahoe. I am a lover of all things nature and everything this area has to offer. I just wanted to get up and say I have 3 beautiful children. I assume maybe some of you have children yourselves. Some people do here too. And my babies crawl around in the woods, play in these waters, as do I. Animals, they eat the snow at Sierra at Tahoe. I'll tell them not to, but they do. And this probably isn't the most PC, but if you play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes. And why would we play a game with potentially giving people cancer? This isn't a me problem. It's not a them problem. This is our problem. Nobody wants their babies to have cancer. You don't want to get cancer. I don't want to get cancer. Why are we going to play this game? There needs to be more information on it to know for sure. And if there's not, it's a bad choice. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
There are hands raised online, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about online. Thank you.
The first hand raised online is Chad Hayes. Chad, please unmute to make your comment.
Hi, good evening, Chad Hayes. I'll keep it short and sweet. First, thank you, TRPA. I've done enough research to know you guys aren't the bad guys here, so definitely deserve to hear that. To the Forest Service agents, as you can see, Tahoe community may have its differences, but if there is one thing we unanimously agree on, it is the environment. So really, it's the bypassing the environmental impact report that's the issue, the categorical exclusion policy. That was originally just for like super miscellaneous or 72 hours to make a decision. Since Quebec, Canada has shown not only that it's not necessary, but has 6 times more forest than all of California and spends a third of what we do on wildfire prevention. They're a phenomenal case study for everything: eco impact, finances, alternatives. It just goes to show that there's still so much info out there to say that we've done our due diligence. If we have 2 years to postpone, then we have 2 years to start an eco impact report. Unfortunately, I do see that categorical exclusion abuse under arbitrary and capricious has been a constant. All we're asking for is that eco impact report, just no bypassing, and we'll let the evidence speak for itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next hand raised is Kim Conte. Kim, please unmute to make your comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As you shared, my name is Kim Conti, founder of the national nonprofit Non-Toxic Neighborhoods, and we stand in absolute opposition of the U.S. Forest Service paused but still authorized use of glyphosate. Proceeding with this application is scientifically indefensible and a betrayal of public trust. The U.S. Forest Service owned cited human health glyphosate paper was formally retracted last November as a result of Monsanto's undisclosed involvement and concealed authorship. The EPA's final biological evaluation cannot be ignored. Per the EPA, glyphosate harms or kills 93% of the total list of endangered species, both plants and animals, and harms 96% of the critical habitats evaluated. A pesticide that the EPA determined will harm nearly every endangered species and critical habitat it evaluated cannot be called a restoration tool. Residents have never given their consent, and they deserve full disclosure of every pesticide cashback rebate program and financial relationship that might be driving and protecting this glyphosate application. For the past decade, we have proven that you can have glyphosate bans and successfully restore and conserve sensitive habitats and wildlands with OMRI-listed organic herbicides and new tech without sacrificing public health or environmental protection. We have witnessed the pesticide industry's power and influence firsthand. Today, you have a choice: protect the industry's business model or protect the people, wildlife, water, and forests that you are entrusted to serve. Be the heroes who stopped to protect this generation and every generation that follows. Leave a legacy worthy of Lake Tahoe. Please act to protect every living system, every species, every soul lucky enough to call it home. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next hand raised is Taylor Durgan. Taylor, please unmute to make your comment. Whoops, Taylor, you're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Taylor Durgan, and I was born and raised in Tahoe. I'm here today to ask you to keep glyphosate and conventional herbicides out of the Tahoe Basin. We're making the same request out here in Plumas County, out in our national forest. TRPA was created because Lake Tahoe is definitely not an ordinary spot. The Tahoe Regional Planning Compact gives TRPA a very unique responsibility to protect the scenic, recreational, scientific, natural, and public health values of this region. Those responsibilities should heavily guide the decisions that are being made about what's being put into the forest. The question is not simply whether glyphosate can legally be applied. The question is whether conventional herbicides are consistent with their obligation to protect Tahoe's ecology and its watershed. As one of the co-founders and executive director of Plumas Grassroots Collective, our work can be found on spraymapca.org, and we track the use of all the IDES, insecticides, pesticides, herbicides, etc. And we track the use of them and we put it on a publicly accessible map. Again, spraymapca.org. Within this, across the Sierras, we're seeing a growing resilience on herbicides and forest management. Glyphosate is definitely part of a larger issue here, treating vegetation as something to chemically control rather than as part of a living ecosystem. We should not be asking how much herbicide can an ecosystem tolerate. We should be asking, why aren't we prioritizing ecological alternatives that are effective and have lasted way longer than this chemical giant? Alternatives such as grazing, thinning, controlled burns, native plant restoration, IPM, and mulching. Tahoe should be a place where we demonstrate what responsible ecological forest restoration looks like. Again, this is bigger than glyphosate. It's about protecting our soil, water, wildlife.
Thank you.
The next hand raised is Toby Tyler. Toby, please unmute to make your comment.
Good afternoon. Toby Tyler on behalf of Sierra Club's Tahoe Area Group, adding my voice to this community resistance, which I certainly wish I had 4 years ago when TRPA was actively advocating herbicide discharges directly into Lake Tahoe's waters. In any case, the Sierra Club urges TRPA and the Forest Service to prohibit glyphosate and other herbicides throughout the Tahoe Basin for the purposes of regrowing burned up forests. Herbicides are not necessary to restore forests after a wildfire. Their principal advantage is economic. They make it cheaper to kill competing vegetation. But what is being called competing vegetation is actually the recovering forest. Post-fire shrubs and native plants stabilize soils, reduce erosion, support pollinators and wildlife, improve soil fertility, and provide shade and moisture that can help young trees survive increasingly hot, dry conditions. Eliminating that biodiversity to establish even-aged conifers is not ecological restoration, it's plantation management. And the risks extend beyond vegetation. Herbicide use can affect soil microbial communities, threaten aquatic ecosystems and water quality, and eliminate habitat carbon storing vegetation. Once these chemicals are released into the environment, monitoring cannot take them back. We are also concerned about the workers expected to apply them. Seasonal contract crews work on steep terrain in heat and wind, often far from immediate medical assistance. No agency can guarantee perfect protective equipment, training, weather conditions, or application practices. Workers should not bear avoidable chemical exposure simply because chemical treatment is cheaper than manual methods. Lake Tahoe is an outstanding national resource water and one of the world's most treasured watersheds. The standard here is higher, as it should be. If safer, non-chemical alternatives exist, the burden belongs on the agencies to prove why toxic chemicals are necessary, not on the public to prove why they should be.
Two more hands raised. The next one is Evan Raskin. Evan, please unmute to make your comment.
All right, good afternoon or evening at this point. My name is Evan Raskin. I'm the National Campaign Manager for EarthDay.org. We're here to ask you to amend the Code of Ordinances to prohibit conventional herbicide spraying anywhere in the Lake Tahoe Basin. I can see that we share the goal of restoring this landscape and that it matters to you as much as it does to us. But herbicides do not solve this problem. They add a new one, as glyphosate does not stay where it's sprayed. Your own Code of Ordinances already says that no detectable concentration of herbicide should enter any stream, surface water, or groundwater in this basin. But the USGS has found glyphosate in 94.3% of US streams and rivers. This is a steep snowmelt-fed watershed. What spread on the mountain runs into the lake. This is about more than just preserving the purity of one of America's most cherished natural icons. A contaminated Lake Tahoe also means a contaminated water supply that the region relies on for drinking water, agriculture, its tourist economy, and other municipal purposes. Glyphosate is classified as a probable carcinogen. Allowing it to enter the water supply places the community at risk of serious health complications, along with the associated healthcare costs. These herbicides are not only toxic to the community, but are also powerful toxins in the ecosystems in ways that undermine the project's stated goal of stewarding healthy forests. Glyphosate has been shown to have an adverse effect on 96% of critical habitats analyzed. The broad-spectrum herbicides proposed for this project destroy the crucial microbiome that makes forest regeneration possible in the first place. And the premise that herbicide treatment meaningfully reduces wildfire risk is far less settled than the Forest Service environmental assessment suggests. In fact, studies supported by the Forest Service itself found that fire-scarred landscapes of the Sierra Nevada are actually more susceptible to future wildfires when treated with herbicides. We respectfully request that the governing board amend the TRPA Code of Ordinances to prohibit the application of conventional synthetic herbicides, including but not limited to glyphosate-based formulations, within the Lake Tahoe Basin and to require any vegetation management or post-fire restoration project within its jurisdiction to rely on manual, mechanical, biological, or other non-chemical methods. You have authority over land use and environmental standards within the basin, and the board can set a basin-wide standard that keeps synthetic herbicides out of this naturally and culturally significant watershed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The last hand raised is Kara Moore. Kara, please unmute to make your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Kara. Thank you for listening to us today. I'm a resident of Myers. Spraying herbicides is cost effective at best. It's an easy way to eliminate vegetation without using more costly hand crews. At worst, it could have long-lasting detrimental impacts on human health and the environment. Both of my parents died of cancer. They died within a year of each other. My dad used Roundup on the vegetable garden, and I think that's what caused their cancer, but I'll never know for sure. Too often, we as humans lack the foresight to see the consequences down the road. Too often, we are assured that something is safe to use only to find out later it is not, and we suffer the repercussions from using harmful products. Take lead, asbestos, plastics, DDT, CFCs, PCBs, atrazine, mercury, and PFAs as examples. We eventually learned that these came with serious consequences. Another example is hexavalent chromium, that is, the cheap and effective rust suppressor used by PG&E and Hinckley, made famous by the movie Erin Brockovich. The Southern Lahontan Region Water Quality Control Board, which continues to deal with the consequences of Hinckley, laughs at the Northern region where we're located and our lack of water quality problems. The Southern region says, "Oh no, your lake is a little less clear. Whatever shall you do?" They have real water quality problems. I hope they keep laughing. Lahontan doesn't need another Hinckley. There's the question of whether glyphosate is carcinogenic. The ICAR classified glyphosate as probably carcinogenic to humans and is listed as a chemical known to the state of California to cause cancer under Prop 65. Meanwhile, the EPA found no risks of concern to human health when used according to the label. That's conflicting information. In the absence of definitive long-term studies, I urge you to err on the side of caution. Lake Tahoe is a unique and fragile ecosystem. We should be asking whether spraying is necessary when non-chemical forest fuel reduction options have been around and implemented for decades. Are the potential
Thank you.
impacts to our health and
Madam Chair, there are no more hands raised to comment.
Okay, thank you. I will go ahead and close the public comment portion at this time, and we will move to item number 3, approval of the agenda. Staff, are there any changes to the agenda as presented?
No changes.
Okay, thank you. I will deem the agenda approved as posted. We are now on agenda item number 4, approval of the minutes. We have a draft set of minutes from the April 22nd, 2026 meeting. It can be found on page 51 in your packet. Do any members of the committee wish to make any changes? Okay, seeing no hands raised, I will entertain a motion.
Move approval.
From the board, please. Oh, is that Ms. Fastinos?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's been a motion. It was weird. There's been a motion by someone up above. If there's no comments or questions on the motion, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. We'll now move to agenda number 5A, which is discussion regarding herbicide use associated with the Caldor Fire Restoration Project. I would like to turn this over to our very own Kat McIntyre, who will have some introductory remarks and will introduce the Forest Service.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, committee members. As mentioned, my name is Kat McIntyre, and I am the Environmental Improvement Program Department Director here at the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. Today, you're going to hear a presentation from myself, my colleague Dan Segan, and members of the Forest Service on the Caldor Fire Restoration Project. Next slide, please. So this is the agenda and outline. I will be providing a bit of background, history, and context for this conversation. I will then hand it over to the Forest Service to talk about the Caldor Fire Restoration Project and provide an overview. We'll talk about next steps and then open it up for question and discussion with the board. Next slide, please. I want to provide a bit of context before we get started. The Caldor Fire burned across 2 national forests, the El Dorado National Forest to our west and the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, for a total of 221,000 acres, of which about 10,000 are in the Tahoe Basin. For today's presentation, we are only focusing on the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, not the El Dorado National Forest.
Both forests have Caldor fire restoration projects and decisions that came off of them. But again, for today's discussion, we are only talking about the 10,000 acres that burned in the basin and the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. Next slide, please. So as we all are pretty well aware, this month is the 5-year anniversary of the Caldor fire. The Caldor fire began on August 14th in 2021 on the El Dorado National Forest, about 4 miles south of Grizzly Flats. It was fueled by hot, dry conditions and strong winds, and the fire spread rapidly up towards Lake Tahoe. On August 30th, after cresting over Echo Summit, the fire entered the Tahoe Basin and threatened the communities of South Lake Tahoe, Myers, and Christmas Valley, prompting widespread evacuations. As I mentioned, the Caldor fire burned approximately 221,000 acres across 3 counties and remained active for 68 days until it was fully contained in October of that year. Next slide, please. 5 years later, we are dealing with the ramifications of that fire. The Caldor fire burned approximately 9,000 acres in the basin, making it the largest wildfire to burn in the basin in recorded history. And what was left in its wake was a landscape heavily impacted by high severity wildfire. Of the area that burned, about 3,700 acres burned at low to moderate severity, which is the type of fire that we want to see. However, 6,000 of those acres burned at high to very high severity wildfire. High severity areas caused substantial tree mortality, habitat loss, soil degradation, and increased erosion. We often hear about how fires burned all the time in our past and that forests just regenerated on their own, which is true. However, the level of high severity wildfire we are seeing and the proportion across our landscape is unprecedented. And areas that burn at high severity often struggle to regenerate on human timescales or experience complete ecological type conversion. Next slide, please.
Again, I would like to ask that the audience be respectful and allow the presenters to speak at this time. I do not want to hear comments from the audience on comments that our presenters are making, okay? Let's be respectful. Thank you.
Thank you. For over 3 decades, we have had a long history of collaboration and partnership between basin partners and agencies, including the TRPA and Forest Service, which was galvanized in 1997 by the creation of the Environmental Improvement Program. Ultimately, the Caldor fire was not the first incident to really test our partnership. In 2007, the Angora fire burned over 3,000 acres in South Lake Tahoe, spurring the Bi-State Blue Ribbon Commission and the creation of the Tahoe Fire and Fuels Team. For almost 2 decades, the TFFT has worked across jurisdictions to leverage funding, resources, and capacity, and most recently completed over 100,000 acres of forest health treatments. Again, a testament to the partnership and collaboration. Next slide, please. We saw the success of that partnership within the Caldor fire burn scar, where TFFT forest health treatments helped reduce fire severity, allowing first responders to protect neighborhoods and communities and direct the fire away from our town. This success story is a perfect example of why investing in pre-planning, prevention, and forest health projects are so critical in today's environment. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, the Blue Ribbon Commission issued several recommendations to facilitate collaboration and streamline implementation of these critical forest health projects. One of those recommendations was to enter into MOUs with land management and implementation agencies around the basin. TRPA has entered into those agreements with partner agencies, including the Forest Service, to establish procedures for project review and implementation. Under these arrangements, partner agencies have responsibility to ensure projects comply with TRPA requirements, while TRPA retains a role in interpreting our code, providing technical support and training, and conducting audits to verify compliance. Next slide, please. However, our MOUs do not abdicate TRPA's regulatory authority or compliance requirements of our partner agencies. For example, TRPA establishes the overarching regional framework for environmental protection through the Lake Tahoe Basin, including threshold standards for water quality, forest health, air quality, recreation, scenic resources, and other aspects of the basin's environment. Federal projects are expected to be consistent with those regional goals and standards. Additionally, when the Forest Service proposes a project that could substantially affect the basin's natural resources, the project may require TRPA review and approval. TRPA's code applies to public as well as private agencies and projects, including all projects on Forest Service lands. Most recently, TRPA updated the forest health thresholds, which share a common vision for forest health and wildfire resilience as principles outlined in the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit's Forest Plan. Next slide, please. We work regularly to ensure that environmental improvement projects meet TRPA code, regional plans, and threshold requirements. There's an extensive track record of collaborating to deliver impactful projects that enhance the ecological health of the Lake Tahoe Basin. This collaboration between the Forest Service and TRPA is grounded in a shared commitment to implementing science-based restoration across jurisdictional boundaries while advancing shared goals. Next slide, please. The project you will hear about today, the Caldor Fire Restoration Project, is one of those environmental improvement projects that I just spoke about. As I mentioned, over half of the acres burned in the Tahoe Basin from the Caldor Fire burned at high severity. Across the West, we are seeing more high severity acreage and fires than ever before, fueled by overstocked forests, insects and disease, climate change, and drought. I will now pass the presentation to my U.S. Forest Service colleagues, Erin Gagnon and Ashley Cyber, who's remote, to unpack this project, explain the restoration actions and components, and discuss why restoration within this landscape is so critical.
Hello, thank you, Kat, and good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. And to all the public out there, thank you both online and here. Thank you for sharing your passion, your beliefs, and yeah, I just really appreciate that and having the opportunity to hear those. So my name is Erin Gagnon. I'm the acting forest supervisor here on the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. And to my right, I've got Victor Lyons, Stephanie Capetto, and then hopefully online is Ashley Cyber that will help with this. All right, the check worked. So I've been on this job for 2 months, and that's a short time. A lot of people, I've heard 9 months is maybe not quite local or anything, but I'll tell you this: in 2 months, I've learned a lot. I've met a lot of people. I've met a lot of our partners, agencies, and I've had the opportunity to get on this landscape that you've all talked about and love. And I'm out there mountain biking, hiking too, when I get the time to go experience it and everything. So I completely understand, why we all have this passion for this place and why we love it so much. I mean, that is crystal clear here. So, and the people I work with and the people I've met, and it's the same thing I hear a lot over and over again about how special this place is. So I can't reiterate that enough. Now, today we are going to talk about the Caldor Fire Restoration Project. And, we're going to talk about, what's in it, what it is, maybe a little bit of some of what it isn't, but in there will be the herbicide topic. And we will address that and talk through what it basically is and everything. And I understand it's been clearly made that this is definitely a charged topic through your passion and the way folks have been talking about this. Definitely, we hear that. And, while some of this that we say may not change anything, we just hope to bring awareness and some clarity to what the project is and what it isn't. And Ashley will talk through a lot of that. But when the figurative smoke clears here and everything, I mean, I think we all do share that common goal. I mean, we want healthy, resilient forests, watersheds. We want a good wildlife habitat. We want a place where we can recreate and share that, with ourselves, our friends, our neighbors, and future generations. So with that, I will turn it over to Ashley Cyber, who thankfully is online, and she will kick off the presentation. And Ashley, over to you.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Kat. I just want to make sure that folks can hear me okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So again, thank you, Madam Chair and EIP committee members. My name is Ashley Cyber, and I'm the Environmental Coordinator for the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. I'm also a landscape architect by training. I'll be presenting for you today. Our goal is can you go to the next slide, please? Our goal here today is to explain how reforestation fits within the greater Caldor Fire Restoration Project context. We want to ensure that we're all working with some common facts about the proposed herbicide use. We want to provide transparency and be able to provide some information about where to find more info. We know this is a charged issue. There's a lot of feelings about this topic. And we know that we're not maybe going to be able to change how you personally feel about herbicides and their use in the Caldor Restoration Project, but we're here to help inform you. We're here to help correct some misinformation, and we're here to be transparent in this process. As on a personal note, as someone who's from the Midwest, where they use, in my personal opinion, far too many herbicides, I think this issue is a worthy one for discussion and concern. And my personal hope here today is that some of you walk away with a better feeling about the scope and scale of our proposal and understand the care with which we developed this proposal. Let's go to the next slide, please. And Kat gave us a good introduction to the fire. And I think everyone, maybe not everyone, but most of the folks in the room remember the Caldor fire viscerally and what that was like when that came through. And just like you all, we live and work in and around this landscape. Next slide, please. And as Kat mentioned, the Caldor fire started on the El Dorado side and burned into the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. It burned across an area of varied topography, varied slopes. Over half of the areas that burned were on slopes of 30% or greater. And just want to highlight, if you look on this image here, the green versus the red are those high severity burn areas where more than 75% of the forest was deforested during the fire conditions. What that also means in those high severity burn areas that most of the soil and seed bank was burned up as well. And like Kat mentioned, we're going to focus on the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit side of the Caldor fire and the areas that are within the TRPA jurisdiction. Next slide, please. So after the Caldor fire came through, the Forest Service, we embarked on a path to develop a restoration project for the fire burn area. We actually went through it in 2 stages. The first process was the Caldor Hazard Tree project. That was a categorical exclusion, a CE, that we signed in 2022. The main goal of that project was to reduce hazards within the burn area. So that treated areas within 200 feet of roads, trails, private properties, facilities, etc. There was reforestation, so replanting proposed with that project, but no herbicides were proposed with that project. After the Caldor Hazard Tree CE was signed, we began work on the Greater Restoration Project. So the Caldor Restoration Project was an environmental assessment, so it's an EA, and that decision was signed in spring of 2026. There were 2 opportunities for public comment during that EA process as well. The Caldor Restoration Project is a comprehensive restoration project that addresses the impacts to the soil, vegetation, habitat, and the species impact from the Caldor fire. It includes a suite of actions, including vegetation management, prescribed fire, reforestation, and habitat and watershed restoration. And really, both of these projects I want to highlight were designed with a full interdisciplinary team that includes specialists and scientists in botany, fire science, wildlife biology, silviculturists, landscape architects, hydrologists, aquatic biologists, etc. So this is a team of professionals developing these proposed actions here. In the Caldor Restoration Project, the 2 main goals with that project are to restore the fire burned area, the forest health, the habitat, the water quality, as well as reduce the risk of future catastrophic wildfire. We want to prevent another Caldor fire from coming through the same burn area. And we know that a lot of these areas that were impacted by fire can be more prone to additional fire coming in, especially during the phases while the forest is regenerating. So let's take a look at this holistic restoration project and some of the actions that are in there, and we can go to the next slide, please. So first, like I mentioned, we have restoration actions. So watershed and riparian restoration, aspen tree habitat restoration, aquatic habitat improvements. And I know this map is probably a little busy to look at up on the screen here, but this is the project footprint, and it's highlighting all of the areas within the project footprint that we would be proposing to do these types of activities on. because the Caldor fire affected the streams, it affected the sensitive habitat, it affected the fish habitat, it affected our protected activity centers, our PACs, and we are looking to restore the ecosystem function in the burn area footprint. Next slide. We have vegetation management actions proposed: forest thinning, fuels reduction, prescribed fire. We have both mechanical thinning treatments around 2,600 acres, as well as hand thin treatments about 2,400 acres. And the locations that are chosen for hand thinning versus mechanical treatment is based on things such as the slope, the sensitivity of the soils in the area, if there are sensitive habitats in the area, and other factors such as access and distance from existing roads. We did not propose to put in new permanent roads in the Caldor Restoration Project, so we're working off of the existing roads network and a series of temporary roads to implement these actions. And I also wanted to highlight that vegetation management actions on the Lake Tahoe Basin are a little different than a lot of other areas in the Forest Service. You might consider them kind of boutique forest management. We do not have any commercial timber development here in the basin. We don't do salvage forestry. We are coming in with, whenever we do these projects, they will take the material that is removed. They will attempt to sort of offset the costs, but really in the Lake Tahoe Basin, we're paying to get these trees out, and it's not a commercial venture. Next slide here, please. So then we also propose reforestation. And you can see here the check hashed mark areas. If you remember back to that previous map that had the red and the green, the hash marked areas roughly coincide with those high severity burn areas. And what this represents is areas where we've done the analysis and believe that there is a less than 40% chance of natural regeneration rate. And we calculated about 4,900 acres, so about 5,000 acres of where we think there will be less than a 40% chance of natural regeneration rate. Of that, we proposed that herbicide use might be required on 2,400 to 3,600 acres within those polygons. That represented basically the maximum level for analysis purposes, but in reality, we don't expect to come close to meeting those levels of use. But for analysis purposes, we have to go with the maximum that could be. Next slide, please. So why did we propose reforestation in this project? The Angora fire scar offers us some useful lessons. We came in after that fire. We were able to do some replanting in some areas pretty quickly, which was great. Some areas had some natural regeneration that happened all on its own. Other areas had none. It really gave us a good idea about how the rate of natural regeneration is variable. We were able to plant, like I mentioned, in parts of the footprint, but in those areas, many of the seedlings were outshaded and outcompeted by the shrub layer because we did not come back in later and clear around the seedlings. So some of the areas had really high success and now require thinning, and other areas, like I said, the trees were not able to get above the shrub layer. And we looked at, for the Caldor project, how these lessons could be applied there as well. And we found that to support forest recovery, active reforestation is necessary to promote the successful establishment of newly planted trees. And without replanting, the hillside would be significantly covered by a shrub layer for many decades. We'll talk more about that in a minute here. Next slide. And again, we looked at what the rate of regeneration might be with intervention and without intervention. And without intervention, these areas might take 30 years or more to establish forested conditions. And during that time, they face a significant risk of converting to shrublands dominated by montane chaparral and other shrub species and not actually even regenerating the forest back You can see in the picture here on the right-hand side, this was a picture taken just the other day in the Angora scar, and that is a picture of whitethorn, and hopefully you can see the little pine tree trying to poke its way out the top of that whitethorn, which is probably, you know, chest high out there on the site. No, there's nothing wrong with a shrub landscape, but it's not what the desired condition is for our forest here in Lake Tahoe. And a shrub landscape also can result in a much higher risk for wildland fire to come in. A lot of these shrub species are highly flammable and really can carry the fire through the understory very quickly. We want to reduce the risk of wildland fire and jumpstart
Again,
the ecological
hold on, Ms.
processes.
Cyber, just for a
Yep.
moment, please.
Mhm.
Again, if you have, I am not going to. No, no, we're not doing this. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Hey, welcome back from our brief recess. I want to say, you know, publicly, our job, we represent a lot of you. You're our constituents. Our job is to listen, but our job also is to gather facts and hear from our staff and hear from other professionals as well that can provide information to us so we can make good decisions. And I greatly appreciate those of you in the room who are being respectful of the process and are allowing us to do this kind of fact finding. So thank you for that. I'd like to continue with the presentation. Ms. Cyber, if you would please pick up where you left off. Welcome
Sure.
back.
I can do that. Thank you. Yeah, so where we left off is talking about why reforestation and discussing why without intervention, these areas may take 30 years or more to establish forested conditions. And during that time, they face a risk of converting to shrublands dominated by montane chaparral and other shrub species. And I mentioned that there's nothing wrong with a shrub landscape, but it's not the desired condition for the forest here in Lake Tahoe. And in addition, these shrub landscapes can put the landscape at a much higher risk for wildland fire. So we're looking to reduce the risk of wildland fire, as well as jumpstart the ecological processes that were essentially broken during this high severity wildfire that came through the Caldor fire. Can you go to the next slide, please? Mr. Tolbert, I just want to let you know you're off mute now. And so when we go to do reforestation, there are a couple of options for preparing the site for these seedlings that we're looking to plant. There's mastication, which is using mechanical equipment to rip up the shrub layer. There is hand cutting, which can happen where equipment access is not possible. There's prescribed understory burning. Hand grubbing is an option like hand cutting, where it's a very small diameter around individual plants. And herbicide application is one of the options, one of the tools that we have available to us for these site preparation treatments. I want to pull back just a little bit to a regional scale as well. We've heard folks mentioning that there are a large number of wildfires, high severity wildfires that have happened recently in the West. And after these wildfires, the reforestation is generally a part of that restoration. And so that requires seedlings. And the availability of these seedlings is very limited. And they're a very precious resource. So our goal with all of these site preparation options is to assist the seedlings so that they can reach their maximum potential, and we're protecting this really precious investment. And herbicide use and application is one of the options that we have available to us. Go to the next slide, please. In thinking through what options we did have available to us, there were a few that we thought through and precluded, and a few that we've heard from the public and just wanted to address here today. One of those options is the use of pack animals such as goats and sheep. The animals themselves bring with some resource concerns. They generally bring in sources of weed seeds, as well as then they can do some trampling or eating of sensitive plants. We have some, for example, buffers prescribed around sensitive plant areas, and they would not be able to adhere to those things. An inability to discern between seedlings and shrubs. They just can't tell what they're eating. They like it all, and which is great. And as you can see from this photo on the right-hand side, if that's what we were looking to do in this landscape, that would be a great option. But we are not looking to remove the entire shrub layer. Especially for the shrub release process, where after we plant these seedlings, we come back through a couple years later and clear an area around the seedlings to prevent them from getting outshaded and outcompeted. That type of activity is really not something that these types of animals can do, and we want the shrub layer. We want our native shrubs to be present. They help retain the soil, and they also provide important food sources for pollinators and other animals while the forest is recovering. We like the native shrub layer. We just want to make sure that our seedlings have a good chance to establish. Next slide, please. Mr. Tolbert, you keep going off mute. I'm not sure what is going on with your mute button there. But we also looked at mechanical equipment, using that everywhere, as the only option. And we can't use those on steeper slopes, some of the sensitive soils, some of the sensitive species habitat, as well as we talked about the fact that the roads we didn't propose to put in new permanent roads with this project. So too far from an existing road or a temporary road, and the mechanical equipment is precluded. We also talked about, well, why can't we do all of the shrub release activities or site prep activities by hand? Some of the shrubs have an extremely fast regrowth rate, and so coming in and cutting off the top of the shrub really doesn't do a whole lot of good in the long run, because they can pop back pretty quickly. So you're very quickly running into the same problem you had a year or two previously. In addition to, that's extremely labor intensive and requires a lot of access and a lot of time to do that activity. So that's why we're proposing to have herbicide again as another tool in the tool belt for these reforestation activities. And next slide, please. And so again, herbicide as a tool here in the basin. This is the first time that we are proposing to use herbicides for reforestation. So to aid in site prep where needed, where manual methods cannot be employed, as well as to do these shrub release activities and clear a small diameter around the seedlings a couple years later to help them to continue to be established, prevent them from being outshaded and outcompeted. We also participate in the basin-wide effort to reduce invasive weeds. We coordinate with partners to implement the invasive weeds prevention program. We've been doing this since 2010 or even earlier, and this includes kind of all the large players in the basin. And we will continue to treat invasive weeds. And that does include within the Caldor restoration footprint, as we describe in the EA, and as we do for any construction project or any vegetation management project that we undertake on. We never want to bring mechanical equipment or any type of equipment or even people into an area that's infested with invasive weeds. And so prior to doing these activities, we will survey and treat, if necessary, these invasive weeds. And some of the weeds, the manual method is actually the preferred method of removal, and other weeds have different requirements and really do not respond well to manual methods. And herbicide can be a better option for those weeds. So there will be some treatment in advance of the vegetation management activities that are going to be occurring within the Caldor footprint for invasive weeds. And you may also see people with backpack sprayers that looks like maybe they're spraying the seedlings, but they're actually watering the seedlings. I mentioned we had the Caldor Hazard Tree Project that came through first. We actually did some planting. We're planning to do some more planting. There's no herbicide use proposed with those, but we do have staff and partners watering those seedlings for the first couple of years about once a month to, again, really ensure the success of this very valuable resource. And next slide, please. And part of the reason why we, as the Forest Service, as well as other partners in the basin, treat for invasive weeds is that these invasive plants pose a significant threat to ecological function due to their ability to displace native species. I think folks inherently understand that now on the landscape. They can also alter the nutrient and fire cycles, and many of the plants themselves are much more flammable. They can decrease the availability of forage for wildlife. Our native species don't know what to do with these plants, and they degrade the soil structure. These infestations can also reduce the recreational and aesthetic value of native habitats, and we want to prevent that. When we do decide that herbicide use is the appropriate intervention, we use the best available science, and we are regularly adjusting our methods. The UC Davis weed cut tool is one of the tools that we regularly look to help us with the best available science. An example is that near waterways, there are newer techniques that are used, such as dipping the shears in the chemical and cutting the stem for a more targeted treatment over spot spraying. So even when we are choosing to employ these methods, we are looking to the least impactful way of doing it. And as I mentioned before, in a lot of cases, manual removal is preferred, but some do not respond well to that. Let's go to the next slide, please. And just looking at the invasive weeds management that has occurred on the Lake Tahoe Basin, in the Lake Tahoe Basin, since about 2010, we've treated about 3,700 acres of invasive weeds. Now, treatment means removal of invasive weeds. Of that 3,700 acres, approximately 132 acres were treated using herbicide. And that is probably an overestimate because in many instances, we're literally treating individual plants or 10 plants where we're actually going in and spot treating individual ones. So that represents only about 3.5% of the acres that have been treated for invasive weeds in the basin since 2010. So we have experience in exercising restraint with herbicides and using the best available science and the best methods to be as limited as possible in their use. Let's look at the next slide, please. So how are we deciding when and where we're going to use herbicides in the Caldor Restoration Project? There's a series of events that has to happen. The first thing that has to happen is we have to do our initial entry treatments. So whether that's mechanical treatment or hand thinning treatment that may include mastication or prescribed fire in combination with that, or in some areas, one versus the other. It's really catered to the exact specifications on the landscape at the time when we go to do these treatments. After that occurs is then when we can assess where this natural regeneration is occurring. And in a lot of areas, we've actually seen better regeneration rates than we may have anticipated. And in the areas where there are low natural regeneration rates, then we're going to consider whether we're going to employ an herbicide to aid with those sites and whether manual methods can be used or whether we're going to use an herbicide. So there's a series of decisions that have to be made, and folks mentioned a pause. Essentially, we just don't have any need to consider the use of herbicides until after we do these initial entry treatments. So we're not planning on doing reforestation activities until at least 2028. And that would be the time when we would be assessing where we need to plant and then if we need to do any herbicide use in combination with that. And I mentioned before that we had proposed 2,400 to 3,600 acres of herbicide use in the project. And that, again, was a high limit for analysis purposes. But we really anticipate, when we come in and we're doing shrub release, it's a little diameter around individual seedlings. So it's a really very different method, I think, than many folks are imagining, that generally gets employed for herbicide use a lot of other places. Let's go to the next slide, please. So now we've made a decision in a particular area to use an herbicide, and we have a significant list of protection measures that we then employ when we do that. Protections for the water, protections for species, protections for the people. And on the right-hand side there, you're not really meant to be able to read that, but that is from our EA and is an illustration of the list of protection measures that we have for herbicide use, in addition to all the protection measures that we have related to equipment and other things on the landscape. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of them here. We will not, for the Caldor restoration reforestation actions, be applying herbicide between June 1st to September 30th every year, and that is to protect pollinator species. We know that the folks are concerned about the bees and the butterflies and those things, and this is when they are coming to these native shrubs and they're doing their major life activities during that time period. And so we excluded the entire period from June 1st to September 30th. We will not be applying herbicides before or after rain events. We have buffers prescribed around various water courses. We plan to survey all of these areas. Any area we propose any herbicide use on, we will survey prior. And in addition to sensitive plants, we also have called out pollinator species such as milkweed, prescribing buffers around them in the event that those are present on the landscape when we are going to spray outside of that June 1st to September 30th. And so we would not, again, doing our best to not impact our pollinator species, recognizing they're extremely important. We will only be using backpack sprayers. There will be no aerial spraying or aquatic herbicide use. We also have included public noticing and signing during these activities. As a result of these protection measures, we do not anticipate any herbicide getting into any water course, including Lake Tahoe. And during this, we will be having ongoing conversations with TRPA and informing them of the proposed locations where we plan to apply herbicide use. Next slide, please. So let's bring it back around to look at the overall plan for the Caldor burn area. In 2022, we had our Caldor hazard tree CE. We began implementing that within 200 feet of roads, trails, and facilities to remove hazards. There was some seedling planting that occurred during that time. In between 2022 and 2026, we worked on our Caldor restoration EA. It was signed in 2026. And we will begin implementation of those initial entry treatments, mechanical and hand thing, prescribed fire, in addition to those other restoration activities that I highlighted, such as aspen and stream restoration habitat restoration. After we get through these initial entry treatments, we will be doing an assessment of the landscape, looking where we have natural regen occurring, assessing where it needs some help, and then after that, assessing where herbicide use would be needed. Then we will start to implement our reforestation activities, including site prep, planting, shrub release where necessary. We don't anticipate that every area that we plant is going to need an herbicide. We also don't anticipate that every area that we plant is going to need to have shrub release occur. And then we also anticipate that, in the 2030 and beyond, there will be secondary treatments that are going to be happening in many of these areas. Possible follow-up thinning, possible thinning of, if we have really great rates of regeneration, possible thinning of the reforested areas, broadcast burning, in areas where we have piles, doing pile burning. So this is an ongoing conversation. And reforestation and herbicide use are a small part of the overall Caldor restoration project actions. Next slide. And with all of these actions, our goal is to return to a vibrant, healthy forest. Our forest plan describes the desired condition for our forests, which include diversity in vegetation types, stand structures, species composition. We're not interested in having monocultures. We want to have forest structure that should vary over the landscape in the relation to the topography, slope, aspect, other things like that. You can see in this image here, this is a nice drawing of what that represents, but I think everyone really understands what that forest is like and the reason why the experience of being in the forest in Tahoe is different than being in the shrublands on the eastern slopes. For example, there is a special experience and a landscape that we are looking to restore here. And we want to get the Caldor burn scar to return to that vibrant, healthy forest that we all know and love. Next slide, please. Just added in for those that are interested for some of the sources in this presentation, as well as links to our hazard project CE, the restoration EA, the human health and risk assessment documents, and some FAQs that frequently asked questions that we have put out for this project. And with that, you can go to the last slide there, and that is what I had for the group today.
Okay, thank you. To the Forest Service, thank you all for being here. Did you have anything further that you wanted to add or conclude with before we ask some questions?
No, I had nothing else to add except thank you, Ashley. Good job with the presentation.
Agreed. Okay, perfect. Then at this time, I will bring this item before the committee members. Do you have questions or comments, any clarifications that you would like to make? I'll ask the two gentlemen on the committee that are in the room if you'd like to go first, and then we'll entertain some of our online committee members and then possibly some of our TRPA board members. So either of you have questions or comments?
Thank you. Hi, this is Vincent Guthrow. I just have, I want to know if you could touch on something, because a consistent theme that I keep hearing is around the lack of public input on this. So I feel like you kind of glossed over it in your presentation, but I'm wondering if you could just really define what that looked like and sort of what that process was during that, I think the EA process you said. I think that'd be really helpful for me as we move through this.
Yeah, I can do that. The EA had 2 public comment periods. One was the scoping period, so that was a 30-day scoping period. We then came out with a draft EA document that also had a 30-day public comment period associated with that.
Great, thank you. So obviously you accepted written comments as well. And was there any public hearings or anything? Just you didn't have to say yes. I'm just curious. That's all.
Just those public comment periods, no hearings.
Got you. Thank you. And nice job on the presentation. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Kanata, did you have some questions?
Yes. Hi, Joe Kanata here. So from what I've heard, it sounds like the U.S. Forest Service has decision-making authority over this project for the most part. How can TRPA move beyond simply commenting or hosting open forums like this on these projects and develop a more formal collaborative process with the Forest Service so that our environmental standards and public concerns are incorporated rather than decisions being made without TRPA's involvement? It sounds like you've already established, I know there's an MOU associated with the relationship, but what are your thoughts on setting up like a formal subcommittee of sorts to have regular updates on this so that we can, let the public know what's going on, assuming it happens?
Yeah, this is Aaron. I'll jump on that one. So yeah, thank you for the question. And, as we move forward and everything, we still want to remain transparent and, we can still discuss and, what happens with next steps and where we intend to treat and what that looks like. So, we can talk after this to talk about what it may look like, as far as, meetings in the future and committees or whatever that may look like. But, as we go forward and implement this project, we definitely want to make sure people are aware, where we're going, what our intentions are, and to that like.
Yes, please.
Madam Chair, I'll jump in and come underneath of what you heard from Supervisor Gagnon. This is Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. I want to thank Joe for the question. And I want to underscore the purpose of this hearing. Like, we really wanted to listen to the community because there hasn't been a lot of, public activity or town hall meetings, and it's obvious how much people care about the issue. So step one today, we wanted to listen, and I appreciate, again, the respectful commentary and dialogue and discussion, and then just to commit to keep working with the Forest Service. We are very critical partners in this basin, and we will pledge to stay very close to the project. I wanted to underscore what I heard a couple of comments in the testimony today, and that, there is, again, no herbicide planned before 2028 for reforestation in Caldor. And that gives us the opportunity to determine whatever process might be most helpful. And so I appreciate Supervisor Gagnon's suggestion that we could talk about, like, what would that look like? How can we keep the community engaged? Our team has worked really hard to stay in contact with Protect Tahoe, with members of the community. We are in this community. This is our home. And we want to make sure that the public knows that we're committed to that transparent communication, and we'll do our very best to work with the Forest Service, understanding this is their restoration project, and that we can be a facilitator in that way.
Great, thank you. Other questions? No? Okay, well, we'll go online. We have 2 committee members online that both have their hands raised. We'll start with our chair, Faustinos.
Yes, thank you, and appreciate so much that the members that were able to stay have been actively listening, and of course those of us online have been as well. And I apologize for not being able to be there in person, but I want to first of all start with saying thank you to all the number of public comments that we received and public commenters. We really want to hear, as Julie said, your opinions, and take it to heart. I think that one of the things overall that as a takeaway for me is that the use of herbicides generally in the forest is of great concern, not just in this Caldor fire burn area and restoration area that is part of the plan. I think that it's clear that this is something that I would hope that the EIP committee, as we move forward, can actually, look at a little bit more closely with the Forest Service and determining, what has been the history of the approval of some of these pesticides, and what actions might be taken in the future. I mean, obviously, we're in a situation right now where this herbicide, possible herbicide application is not going to happen until 2028. So I would hope that as a result of this process, we can have some really good discussions about, where there might be some other methods used, and how TRPA through its various partnerships could help support, looking at this issue, even maybe involving our science panel. Although I think obviously they have a heavy load already that they're dealing with, so I'm not, don't want to give them more work, but I do think that it is something that obviously is a great concern to all of us. I mean, I would think, I'm not going to differentiate between, the general public we heard from, staff and Forest Service personnel. We want to make sure that these things are done safely, and that, not only, the ecology of it makes sense in terms of really giving us a thriving forest, but also that, people's health is taken care of. So I would just hope that, we can have continued discussions on this topic. And I think the EIP committee is a good place to have those discussions. Excuse me. So I, again, just want to say thank you. I really appreciate the presentation by the Forest Service. And I know that staff is very interested in, keeping the dialogue open, and hopefully getting to a place where, there can be some discussions about, what we can do in the future about this situation. So thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Ms. Faustinos. May we hear from Ms. Williamson?
Thank you very much, Charlene. Thank you all for the presentation and all of the comments. I have one, Julie reiterated it, but I just want to make sure that I'm crystal clear on that as well, that the Forest Service, is not considering using an herbicide application until 2028, that we do have 2 years to maybe look more at the science and talk more about this. I have that right, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And then a question for you that we heard a lot in public comment, and then I have one question for Dr. McIntyre, if I may, after that. Are there studies that you have seen or that might be shareable at some point about glyphosate's application and moving either from its point of application or into a watershed? You talked a lot about really prescriptive applications and protecting some of the native plants, and that's why the goats might not work. But just wondering about the science behind how much you guys have seen an application move.
What I can say is that in the human health and risk assessment, it takes into account those types of factors. And we did not identify a risk of that from the application that we're proposing in the Caldor Restoration Project.
Okay, thanks. And then lastly, and again, Dr. McIntyre, this you can punt this if I'm just trying to piece together a couple of the big picture things. I live in the Nevada side of the basin. It was outside of the basin, but we just saw the Hawk Fire outside of Reno, I believe fueled a lot by cheatgrass. We saw a presentation earlier today about the devastation that wildfire and smoke causes on the lake. Is one of the reasons we want a healthy forest. Is the burn scar presenting more likelihood of like a cheatgrass burning and causing another hawk fire situation? Is that something that's on our worry list, particularly for a burn scar like Caldor?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'll also maybe lean on some of my Forest Service colleagues to add if I miss anything. Maybe Vic, you want to add in? But absolutely, any type of disturbance offers an opening for new species to move in, right? We heard about succession. Succession also can occur with invasive species. So when an invasive species moves into those areas, we know that a lot of those plants are often more flammable. And so they do actually provide an opportunity for fire to move through that landscape in natural and unpredictable ways. And so that is one of, the main goals of restoration and reforestation is to try to kind of get in front of that before something like a cheatgrass can get established. And maybe I'll ask Vic if I missed anything on that.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Victor Lyon, Vegetation Management Staff Officer for the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. That is a good question. I'm not aware of an existing condition to worry about just yet. I think from what I've seen, the native species, particularly the shrub species, are coming back, and there is some natural regeneration in some places. I'll defer to our forest botanists, as we're stronger as a team, to recognize whether there are any cheatgrass infestations to be particularly mindful of. I know we have a rapid response program already in place. I think I'll leave it at that.
Ms. Williamson, did you have any further questions or backup questions?
No, I really appreciate the time and the answers. I'm sorry for the pause. I just wanted to give everyone time to answer and talk. Thank you very much, Chair Lane. Those were my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Williamson. And then I also see our committee member, Mr. Tolbert, has his hand raised. This would be the time to unmute.
There we go. You got to learn the technology. Thank you. I have three questions, or one of them, I guess, is more of a statement. And the first one's about public notification. And I know we struggle with that in Douglas County too. When you do what the NRS or the federal requirements are, we struggle to reach the people because they get their news and their information in such different ways now. So I would urge the Forest Service and this board and in the county to try to find other ways, additional ways more than the minimum, to alert the public when there's issues, especially if we know it's going to be something critical or a hot button. So I guess that's just a comment in general. And I'm not saying that I have any answers to how to do that, because we struggle with that at the county level as well. And then the second one is if we could possibly put for a future agenda item for staff maybe to do more of that research that you were mentioning about the uses of the chemicals, how they're used, when they're used, what these potential risks are, so the board can be informed, because we have, a lot of members of the public that are bringing forth information, and, we need to be able to vet that and put it, officially into the record as something that, we can hang our hat on. So that would be the number two. And then number three, is there any other instances now where, because that's, I think, a concern that the public has, that herbicides that are being used in other projects in the region? Is that, can you confirm or deny if anything like that is being going on in any other areas close to us or within the basin? And I will turn off and listen.
I can speak to the project piece. As far as in the basin, this is the first time that we're proposing to use herbicides for anything other than invasive weeds management. Outside of the basin, that's been a pretty standard practice in quite a few areas. I couldn't tell you exactly what is proposed where, but that is something that is frequently used, like folks mentioned, after wildfires, as well as for invasive plants management, throughout the Forest Service. I couldn't say exactly what is proposed in the areas directly adjacent to us.
Were there a couple other questions in there that we might have answers? That was the last question. Did I miss any of them?
I'm happy to answer.
Thank you.
Part of that. Commissioner Tolbert, thank you for the question. This is Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. I think what our internal staff plan is at TRPA is to, debrief from this public hearing, look at the public comment, discuss with the Forest Service, as their implementation plans come more into focus, what are the right entry points for TRPA? We have to look overall at our entire priorities for the lake and where this fits in, what kind of level of involvement is appropriate for TRPA in this, in partnership with the Forest Service. So we'll do an assessment and report back. So I appreciate that question, and we'll come back to this committee. And per Ms. Faustinus' suggestion, this committee is appropriate since this is in a restoration project context.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Mr. Tolbert, any follow-up questions? Okay, hearing
No,
none
thank you.
then.
Sorry, it takes me
Okay.
a minute.
Okay, no
But,
problem.
I'm good. Thank you for that. I really appreciate the candidness. So, and I don't mean to sound accusatory or anything, but I just know that that's the concern from the public. So thank you.
Thank you. We have exactly 2 board members who are not members of the EIP committee, but they are present with us today. Ms. Aldine here in the room and Mr. Bass online. I'd like to, out of courtesy, give you the opportunity, either of you, if you have anything you'd like to add at this time. Ms. Aldine? You want me to go Cody first? Okay, Mr. Bass.
All right. Well, hey, I would first say thank you all for, really to the public, to the board. It really is so true that we're here to protect Tahoe and to make Tahoe a better place and leave it to future generations to become a better place. And so thank you all. That was some of the most moving public comment I've ever experienced in my 8 years of service. And, I'm here for the will of the people, by the people, and I think we have to pay attention to what the people are really demanding in this situation. But I look at, the LTBMU from 1973 and the formation of it was because the 3 forests that made up the Tahoe Basin, the Tahoe and the Hoyabee and the Humboldt National Forest that came together, that was not a right way to manage such a fragile environment. And in 1973, we became what Ms. Saber said as a boutique forest, and we are the boutique forest of the United States of America. And we, I think, have to recognize why that formation was made even before the Compact of 1980 was ratified by the U.S. Congress, was because of the need to deal with this forest in such a different way than every other forest. And I think this issue really gets to the crux of that decision over 4 decades ago. We need to think about how we manage this forest so much differently. We do not have timber production. We are not managing this in the way that most every other forest has to approach it. And I think that's why when we have an issue where, you know, the other blessing about our forest is we're a temperate forest. We actually, you know, since I've been here for 28 years, we've had three major fires, all human caused. Angora, we had the Gondola fire, and we had the Emerald Bay fire. All human caused, but they were able to be contained rapidly compared to a lot of the forest we see west of us or east of us. And the reason for that is because we're a temperate forest. And what that tells us is that our burn scars to manage as we move into the future are relatively small, and they can deal with prescribed burn. And, you know, I go to Yellowstone when I can. I haven't been in a few years, but it's the best example of what this land would be without human habitation. And if we look at, yeah, we can't manage the fires there because they don't have urban environment to save. But what we do see there is the way the forest regenerates when it burns all the way through. And so what that tells me is that we need to wait to the end of a season for a fire and restart that fire when we can control it to a point that it burns all the way through and natural reforestation happens. And this is critical for us in this basin because we have thousands of years of people coming here. They came here to speak to us today, and they have never applied an herbicide ever in this basin. And look at the beautiful environment that we had when we arrived, and look at what we've done to it. We watched that earlier today in our board meeting. And I think we very much need to think strongly about how much of a boutique forest we are, why we make decisions differently than every forest in this country, and really stand up. And I urge my fellow board members and the committee members today to just please make thoughtful decisions as we move forward in this and make sure that even though, yes, we have till 2028, our decisions need to be now from the TRPA side, because it's going to take years for us to work through how does that work with the Forest Service. And it's so great we have such a good partnership and we sit at the same table, and it's so great that they show up today. But it's so important that we figure out what does it mean as we are the land use authority, you're the land use manager, not the owner. The people are the owner of the forest. You are the manager. But what happens as we have the authority to be the land use authority by the US Congress, and we say to you, look, you know, we actually have this mandate and this policy, and it's our code. And we don't know what that means because we haven't taken that fight. But you know what I looked at earlier was the Coastal Commission and the US Navy, because the Coastal Commission holds a lot of the same authorities that we hold. And they have to take on the US Navy. I'm telling you, that's a lot harder of a meeting than the US Forest Service. So we should be blessed for that. And we should also, though, make sure that we you know, we're always going to get along, but there is some times that we have to come to the table and say, no, this is our policy. We are the land use authority, and we need to adhere to it. My last comment, and actually my question first, if you don't mind, Ms. Chair Lane, I would just like to ask the U.S. Forest Service, you know, the approach of that. I know we haven't been there, and I don't fully expect an answer, but I feel like there's a will for us to all work together. And I think that's kind of what I'm looking for, is that if we decide to go forward today and look at a decision from the governing board level, what does it look like if we say, hey, you know, we really want you to reconsider the use of herbicide, you know, 2028 and after. And again, I really, I think I'm more looking, because I know that may be a hard question to answer, but I think my point is that we can continue to work together to figure out the best thing. And my last thing would just be to urge the committee members, you know, I was who brought this forward at our retreat. I asked for it to come to the governing board. I know that we want to do committee work, and I agree with that because it helps the governing board. I don't disagree with that, but I do think, and it's very necessary for this to come to the full governing board. So thank you, and thank you for allowing me to comment, Chair Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. And I did hear a question in there for the Forest Service. Does somebody want to take that?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump in there. So this is Aaron Gagnon. No, thank you for that. And the LTBMU, Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, this is a very unique unit. You know, it is a conglomeration of three forests, or parts of three forests, because this place is so unique, and it required, you know, a different approach, a different take at how we manage and how we work together. So this partnership between the Forest Service and TRPA and everybody else is extremely important, you know. And as we move forward and everything, you know, it is kind of a tough question of what, you know, what does that look like next? But, you know, the door is definitely open from the Forest Service to have these conversations as we move forward. And, I'll leave it at that for right now. But I do want to just emphasize that, the partnership that we do have it's a big deal here. And this is a unique unit, and it's a unique way we do business. And just the fact of today, definitely brings that to light and how that works. So thank you.
Thank you. And, I think my comments are just that, is we have a long history of working together. Ms. McIntyre showed that on one of her slides. We have worked together on some very big projects that haven't had so much public scrutiny, but the relationship is there. Now we have a public who is energized by this topic and is very concerned. And you've heard those concerns. I've heard those concerns. I'm proud of the public for showing up and expressing that and being passionate. And I want to really encourage that we have to be in lockstep with each other. There can be no surprises. And then we also have to make sure that we're being very communicative with the public, because I don't want them surprised either. So I think we have the relationship in place to do this thoughtfully going forward without a fight over who has the power. But I certainly, share the concerns that we've heard today. And I do trust and listen to what the scientists share. And I think I think we can work this out. So with that, are there any other go backs? Mr. Kanata, did you have something else?
Sorry, I am going back a little. For the Forest Service, could you elaborate a bit on what the criteria is for determining what portions of the geography are inclined to not grow back, the 40% or less, likely not to grow back? What's the criteria in determining that?
I'm doing the pause for Ashley and see if she jumps in.
Yeah, I can answer this one. I just wanted to see if Vic was interested in chiming in first.
Victor Lyon. So the obvious first criteria is look at high burn severity. And so I think that's the map that both Kat and Ashley shared this afternoon. That's the area where we're unlikely to have robust natural regeneration. Maybe there is a high potential for all of the seed sources to have been eliminated, and also any adjacent trees within range to provide for natural regeneration. There's just no seed in those areas. So we would expect those to be converted to brush fields or bare soils, or maybe invasive plants, maybe eventually in the future. So that's where we look first. And, I would also offer that there are some areas in the high burn severity that are just inaccessible, right? There's some areas that are up on, like, say, Trimmer Peak that are in that high burn severity that are, we're just not going to get to. They're just not practical. So, you can start eliminating areas. And I think the actual footprint that is likely to be reforested is actually much smaller. And maybe to be a bit more specific. So, I will share that I was surprised by the allegations of widespread spraying of glyphosate or other herbicides within the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit, because we had no plans for that. When this came out months ago, I would know, because that's in my staff area where we do the vegetation management. So there were, and there still are, no plans for widespread spraying. We have put this tool in the toolbox based on the best available science. At the time we made that decision, we are, I think, assessing what natural regeneration is happening on the forest. That work still needs to happen. We need to know where work is needed, where there's natural regeneration already happening. And also, we'll be looking first to reforest in the Caldor Hazard Tree Project area, where there are approximately a little over 400 acres of hand thinning that was done, and a little bit over 400 acres of mechanical thinning that was done. And we're replanting there first. And you'll notice if you were paying close attention that we didn't use herbicide in those areas. right? And that has to do with disturbance being in that area so that there were open areas to plant. And I'm anticipating that that will again be the case when we're doing the Caldor restoration project broadly, particularly where mechanical operations happen, because in the mechanical operations, we'll be causing some disturbance and clearing areas naturally. I'm anticipating that as we pile and burn some of the existing fire-killed trees that are in the area, or gather that material and remove it from site, that we will have open areas to work from. And I'm also anticipating with the hand thinning work that's proposed that there will be areas that are naturally open and areas where we'll create piles and then burn the piles, and then the areas that were pile burned will be available. So when I hear about things like spraying heavenly, I was mystified because the fire didn't reach heavenly. And I would just ask that folks be skeptical of what they hear in social media, and really think critically about what makes sense to treat. And then in regards to the use of herbicide, I think the best available science should prevail, and I look forward to conversations about whether and how we potentially approach reforestation in the Caldor footprint.
Ms. Cyber, did you want to add anything to that?
I think Vic did a great job in answering that question, so I'll let his answer lie.
Okay, thank you. I see Ms. Festino's hand is back up, but I made a mistake in that Ms. Aldine was nice enough to allow Mr. Bass to go first, and I forgot to circle back to her. So Ms. Aldine and then Ms. Festino's.
It's just taking a short. So I trust that the letter, Julie, that you sent out on May 27th of this year to the U.S. Forest Service has been responded to.
Chair, if I may. This is Julie Reagan for the record. We understand that we are getting that response very soon, and I was going to circle back at the end of the board discussion to say we have an opportunity to get a reply from the Forest Service, and our direct request was to have an ongoing consultation as the implementation plans come together for the Caldor restoration. And so we're hopeful that that will be the case and be responded to in the letter. And I just want to make sure the public hears, we at TRPA will ensure that our current policy of discouraging the use of herbicides is maintained as part of the actual implementation project, because that has not yet been determined. So I wanted to let the board know that we're going to be, very vigorous in that consultation with the Forest Service. But we're expecting that letter back very soon. If there's anything you want to add, Aaron, but hopeful to get that very soon. Right.
No, thanks, Julie. Yes, a response will be coming very soon.
Okay,
for
great.
that letter.
Just for the benefit of the audience, the agency was requesting that the Forest Service convene a meeting or meetings, not only with TRPA, but with the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board before any herbicide treatments are implemented. But there was a provision in the letter that said we would like a confirmation that no herbicide treatments will be applied within the Tahoe Basin portion of the project area prior to this interagency review and required public notification protocols. So I think that's important. I think TRPA has tried to be proactive, realizing that the Forest Service is an important partner in a lot of things we do in the Tahoe Basin. I did come across an article, and maybe you can corroborate this, that the EPA is currently reevaluating glyphosate under a program called Registration Review, using gold standard science to reassess whether it continues to meet that safety standard and to update protections if needed as relevant data emerge. As part of this review, EPA is updating its human health risk assessment with completion anticipated in late 2026, and will reevaluate recent published studies alongside the existing body of evidence. Are you aware of that effort underway by the EPA?
Aware, but have not read and have not looked at that yet.
Oh, okay, well, it may not have been released yet. It was
Okay.
late
Okay.
this year. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that would be obviously very useful to have that information. And then I guess the question is, and this has been brought up by some of the commenters, there are a lot of desiccants out there that are natural desiccants. Obviously, in our handbook, our BMP handbook, it states that glyphosate, the active ingredient obviously is Roundup, but the half-life is 30 to 100 days. And generally the pesticides that degrade most rapidly have less opportunity to move or have adverse impacts on people or other organisms. And I think that's significant. But are we looking, is the Forest Service or any of your partners actively looking at alternatives to this pesticide, one that's more natural in nature with a shorter half-life?
So I can take this answer first and then other folks can chime in. What I would say is that we have a suite of herbicides that are proposed with the Caldor Restoration Project. Glyphosate is not the most appropriate herbicide to use for every situation. There's really certain plants respond to different types of herbicides better, as well as there are different applications where different herbicides work better. And we use the best available science. So we showed we look at the UC Davis weed cut tool and any other sources that come out that help us to do a better job on the landscape. We have not looked at, I think, some of the specific things that folks may have brought up today. But if those techniques become available as ones that are actually available to us that are actually feasible, then we would be considering those as well. But we currently have analyzed a suite of herbicides that are appropriate under different conditions based on the target species, as well as the application location, the conditions, etc.
So Ashley, are they all synthetic?
The ones that are currently in the Caldor Restoration, yes.
Yeah. I would just, between now and the time, this project concludes, or, between now and the time a decision is made with respect to which herbicide to apply, I think it would be useful to look at all alternatives, both natural and synthetic, preferably natural, because there are a lot of natural desiccants that are used in agriculture that might be applicable.
And I could also maybe just highlight too that another alternative is manual removal, and that is really the preference that we go with. When it is feasible, when it is doable, when it is accessible, that's the method that we want to use first. And like Vic mentioned, we also accomplish that things like the site prep with some of our other treatments that we come in with, such as the mechanical, prescribed burning, pile burning. And so we are trying really hard, as the TRPA Code of Ordinance outlines, to reduce any need for herbicide use in the landscape.
Well, I appreciate that. And I think you'll have a lot of volunteers looking at the size of the audience that turned out today. So if you want to deputize them to do some manual work in the field, I'm sure they'd be happy to volunteer.
We'll get a
Hands
list.
were going up. All right, Ms. Faustinos.
Thank you. And actually, Shelley brought up one of the issues that I wanted to mention, which was that very good letter that Julie had sent out back in May. And I think it really, sets the stage for what we want to do as follow up to this issue. So I guess my question is to Julie or Kat, whoever's most appropriate, in terms of, do you feel like you have enough direction from the committee on these next steps? I think that, kind of embroiled in all of this is that, the EIP committee definitely wants to continue to track this issue and would appreciate, reports back on, your continued dialogue with the Forest Service on this issue. So is there anything that you need from us in terms of further direction on how to make sure that, we're addressing the issue appropriately?
Thank you, Member Fastinos, this is Julie Reagan here. I feel like we have good direction from the committee members here today, additional board members who are online and in person. And I just want to reassure the public and the board, that we are going to stay very active in this conversation. I'm really proud of our team for the amount of engagement and to thank the Forest Service for doing the same. I mean, Kat McIntyre is a PhD scientist who's a forest health expert. Dan Segan is our Chief Science and Policy Officer and works very closely with the science community, as we heard earlier in the presentations. We have some of the best scientists in the world who care about Lake Tahoe, and we will regroup after this meeting, determine next steps, but I think we have plenty of direction, and I appreciate the thoughtful nature of the discussion.
Thank
Julie,
you.
would it be possible for you to post the Forest Service's PowerPoint presentation on the TRPA website?
It is.
I think it's up there
Yes, it's
today
there.
on the
Yeah.
meetings page. It is up.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. I've been tracking it.
Perfect. Well, that will conclude this item. I want to thank the public for coming out and for speaking with us and for sharing all of your thoughts, concerns, ideas, some hands volunteering to go out there and help if need be. This is the cooperative Tahoe that I love, and it's the reason why we can solve hard problems. So thank you all for being here. Thank you to the Forest Service for coming out and speaking to the public and hearing the public. And thank you to TRPA for convening this meeting. So thank you. We have a couple other items still. We're not done. You will have another opportunity for public comment.
Item 7. Yep.
Okay, so item number 6 is committee member comments. Are there any committee members that have questions or comments at this time? I'm looking in the room, I'm looking online. Does not look like it. Okay, so we have one more public interest comment period. Typically, we take comments on any topic that you want to discuss with us, listed or not listed on the agenda. We've heard from a lot of you. We understand your stance, but you did just hear from the Forest Service. So we're going to open this up to public comments on or not on the agenda, but we are going to ask you still to adhere to a 2-minute time limit. So I'll now open this up for public comment. Are there any members in the room that would like to address the board?
Please come forward.
Please, if you would just form a line down the middle, we'll just go right through it. Thank you. Yes, please. Welcome back.
Hi, 2 things to comment on. One,
Sorry, can we
oh,
please
sorry, my name is Samantha,
Thank you.
long-term North Tahoe resident. Recently, within the past few days, there was a study that came out that showed that material from glyphosate is still present in plant tissue 10 years after an initial spray. So all of the talk about 180 days, I think that's old science. If I can find a study like that, I'm sure the scientists on all of your all's teams can also look into that. So please look into that further. This is not, it degrades and biodegrades in 3 months or 6 months. It's a long-term thing. Second, Mr. Victor, when you were confused when I mentioned Heavenly, it was a map put out by the U.S. Forest Service. So if that is an old map, I don't know if it's been redone. If you give me your direct email address, I took a screenshot of it. I will happily send it to you because it shocked me as someone who lives here, knowing that the Caldor fire did not reach that region. That's why I took a screenshot of it. And it was like, well, if they're saying it's the Caldor region and yet they're taking the liberty all the way over to Heavenly, that's another huge issue. Again, took a screenshot of everything. I will happily send it to you. Thank you. Tahoe deserves better than this.
Thank you. Ms. Stanton.
Allison Stanton. Previously, I mentioned my background in invasive plant management, but I've spent my career here in the basin working on forest management in both research and environmental analysis. And so I have comments for the board, which is to continue doing what you do, which is to take the recommendation of the experts because what we do here in the basin is we collect the data. We have so much data, and that drives everything we do here. So keeping our tools available in the toolbox, it's not just this one project when it comes to herbicide use. There's invasive plants all over. And that is a segue to the Forest Service about your presentation. And I want to urge you to step up your game a little bit. And I say that in the nicest way possible, but get more specific. Get more specific about the process that happened before, about the EA, and who commented and what they commented, and that this process started before the current administration. Address that mistrust of science head on, because that's what is being brought into the room. So that's really important. Another thing is to get more specific about the herbicides, that glyphosate versus imazapyr, for instance, and an herbicide that kills on contact, and the circumstances in which we would want to use that versus one where we want it to translocate down into the roots, and why we would do that, where if mechanical control was more disruptive and caused more damage than a simple cut on a stalk or a stem would do, that it's a less invasive procedure to do. So I urge you to get more specific, show a map of the invasive plants that are here in the basin. I was kind of surprised at the number of acres treated, as a person who's gone out and monitored a lot of those weeds and put the dots on the map. Show that map. And also,
thank you, Ms. Stanton. Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. My name, again, is Catherine Levy. I'm a Tahoe Vista resident. I've reviewed the primary documents underlying this project. I'm here because the Forest Service written responses leave material questions unanswered. The project's human health risk assessment cites William Crowe's Monroe 2000 in its discussion of POEA, polyethyloxylated taloamine, I hope I said that right, and its aquatic toxicity and human health effects. That paper was retracted on November 8th in 2025 after ethical concerns, including Monsanto employee ghostwriting, and an uncertainty about the integrity of its inclusions. That was 4 months before the March 27, 2026 decision notice. The Forest Service confirmed in writing that it did not update the risk assessment after the retraction. That explanation I received was that the assessment drew from a wide range of sources. I reviewed those sources. The second POEA citation is a 1997 marker dye report. It's not a peer-reviewed study of POEA toxicity or human health effects. That's not a wide range of evidence supporting POEA safety. It is one substantive source, and that source has been retracted. The Forest Service has assured the public that these chemicals will not reach the water, but the decision notice was designed without requiring baseline water monitoring before or after application. Without baseline and follow-up monitoring, that assurance cannot be verified. The agency's contractor identified child drinking water hazard quotients of 8 for glyphosate, 23 for hexazinone, and 162 for tricloper. A hazard quotient above 1 indicates a potential level of concern. I asked this body to require that herbicide use be removed from the project. At minimum, no application proceed unless the Forest Service corrects the risk assessment, identifies the peer-reviewed evidence supporting its POEA conclusions, establishes baseline water monitoring, conducts post-application monitoring, and makes treatment locations and results public.
Thank you. Welcome. Come forward, please.
Hello, my name is Brandon Miller. Thank you, Brooke. Thank you, Julie. Thank you for the whole board. I kind of just wanted to respond to the presentation. I feel like the imagery for the Angora fire was quite cherry picked. I'm in that area a lot, and I'm actually kind of shocked at how tall a lot of conifers are and well spaced they are in that area for just being 19 years later. I feel like this is just the beginning of the natural reforestation in that area. And also, I haven't really heard any, I don't know if it's like an acceptable use or to hold back shrubs, but no one's mentioned like light deprivation or weed mat of any sort to kind of hold back the shrubbery. I feel like it would be a pretty easy to apply rings around the seedlings that you guys are trying to save and could have minimal impact and be a very useful tool. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I don't have a stroke or something, I'll be lucky. I don't do this and stand up in front of people, but TRPA, I've been
Sorry,
here
ma'am,
at
can we
Audrey
get your name for the
Stevens,
record?
North Shore, 60 years. TRPA, I'm more impressed with you than I ever thought I'd be. I don't come to these things. I brought my daughter. You guys, the force, no disrespect, but when you're saying that these people, you're going to research what they've mentioned, I would think you're the experts, that you should know what these people all know. That if you guys are making these kind of heavy duty decisions, why don't you know what these people know? I don't know any of it, but I don't claim to know any of it. That bothers me. And all this stuff about we check this, we're going to do that, all these protocols, I don't believe that for a minute. Who's going to cherry pick this little tree over here? Oh, this one needs hand picking, this one needs this. I don't believe any of that kind of stuff. I respect you and everything else, but you guys are making a very important decision. And I praise you guys because I hope you cover our backs, because I don't think they're being truthful. Thank you.
Could we please have your name for the record, if you don't mind? Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Jeb Cicluna. So when the lady shared about she didn't really provide much about adverse health effects from synthetic sprays, I think we were all like beside ourselves. You guys should have shared something. U.S. Forest Service. So when the people share, when TRPA, if they were to say no synthetics sprayed in our Forest Service, for our forest area, how would you respond? So I just want to thank you, TRPA, for actually bringing some good common boundaries and holding some accountability that it's a really good idea to consider that manpower. It's awesome, provides jobs, provides stability, and spraying anything, we just don't need it. Everyone has shared so many really good logical rationales why it's not healthy for us. And the long-term side effects will be detrimental. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me come back up and speak.
Welcome
Appreciate
back.
it. Just want to say I respect the hard work that you guys do, and especially the Forest Service. I have family that works in the Forest Service, so respect to you guys a lot. I just have to say though, we keep talking about the science and using the best science. I just said that there was the study, the USGS found it in the rain. So you guys keep saying it's not going to end up in the water. If it goes in the rain, it's going to Lake Tahoe. And you guys are just cherry picking the Monsanto studies that already came out that you guys were using those. So it's pretty frustrating. There's a new peer-reviewed study. It was published last month that found that glyphosate-based herbicide exposure associated with, I don't even know how to say this, oxidative stress, DNA damage, and mutagenic responses. Now, I don't know what any of that means. I don't want to know what it means. I don't want it in my body. You guys don't want that in your body. So, the more research I did is I realized that the Forest Service has a chemical dependency. So Monsanto developed the orange flame retardant that drops on the fires. Well, what's in it? It's phosphorus and nitrogen fertilizer. So what happens when we dump fertilizer into our forest? Well, it encourages all the growth of all this brush. Then we come in and say, hey, we have all this brush. There's a huge problem. Well, what are we going to do? We're going to put another Monsanto product on it that's going to get us all sick. And then guess what? Bayer aspirin, Monsanto, then they get to sell us all the medicine to make us better. This is the ultimate business plan. As a businessman myself, I am just in awe of the entrepreneurial skills of this company. You guys cannot let us get sick. There's going to be a war here. We are not going to let you guys spray. there is going to be thousands of people out in the woods. We will not allow it. You guys have to find something natural to treat this burn with. We won't have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you, please?
Alex Goslin.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Amy Kacher, again from Truckee. So just to address the kind of questioning that you had about, I think it was Eric said about like, wow, the public has really got a lot of misinformation and things. And I do think things sometimes get misconstrued. And the problem is that sometimes there really is bad information. For instance, like glyphosate is being sprayed right now in the basin. It got sprayed at Kiva Beach. And at first I wrote to TRPA and I wrote to Keep Tahoe Blue. And I said, what is this glyphosate? Oh, well, it wasn't glyphosate. We spoke to the botanist from the US Forest Service. It wasn't glyphosate. Well, then the local newspaper did an investigative piece and found out, in fact, it was glyphosate that was sprayed at Kiva Beach. So it's that kind of stuff that makes the citizens not know who to trust over and over again. And honestly, hearing the US Forest say, oh, with the best available science. Well, I know what that is. That's the EPA's science that they've been ordered by the court to reevaluate because it was ghostwritten by Monsanto. So that is like so shallow, like hearing the US Forest Service using the best available science. That means whatever Monsanto is saying there. And that is making everybody distrust anybody that just regurgitates that. So we need real science, just like everybody else just said. But the mistrust is because that Kiva Beach thing happened just recently amongst this whole conversation, and the information was wrong that you guys even had at the TRPA. So yeah, we got to do better. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jessica Howitt. Thank you guys for listening to us today. I guess I'm a little confused and I feel a bit misled because of what's happening or what has happened at the El Dorado National Forest level. It said that they were only going to use backpack sprayers, and there are acres and acres that have been sprayed, and it was not targeted whatsoever. And so I feel like that's what's going to happen here, even though you guys are saying they're just targeting small amounts of glyphosate. So that's super scary, and there is a lot of mistrust there. And what else was I going to say? Besides cancer, I brought this up last time I spoke, but I just read The Ageless Brain, and it stated that glyphosate is the second leading cause of ALS and Parkinson's. So that's huge as well. Yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Jenny Lundeen, again, thank you for letting me speak twice. I just want to touch on a couple points I didn't get to speak on last time. The emergency declaration, as far as I understood, was based on standing trees being a falling hazard, additionally fire hazard. But in my area, the El Dorado National Forest, Placerville District, lots of spraying has taken place. And with zero oversight from our ag commissioner, no reporting of what and how much and where things have been sprayed. So although you're promising all of these things, it absolutely has not happened, even based on the same project documents, just taking place in a separate area. So my questions, for the record, how are these best practices going to be adhered to? What is your guarantee to us that your best practices that were presented will actually be followed? Who provides this oversight? If herbicide is such a small part of this project, why is it such a big deal to remove it? What about the dead standing trees? Is there any plan for that? And once Roundup devastates the soil layer, won't those fall faster? And why was Sierra at Tahoe sprayed during the pollinator season as listed on here? In July, at least based on my understanding, which is very vague because nobody could provide me with information. And how exactly are these riparian buffers ensured? Because on a lot of the maps that I've seen, the maps around the riparian areas are not clearly noted. And how on the field are these applicators going to understand what is a riparian zone and what isn't, especially in the middle of summer? So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Adele Margolis. Thanks for letting me come back a third time. I just have a question. I hear that the concern with regard to reforestation and the natural process of the way plants regenerate different species. I hear the concern from you all that 30 years is too long. There's some 30-year number. Is that science-based or is that just, I don't know. I mean, whose policy is 30 years? Forests come back over hundreds of years. So who's to say that 30 years is too long? So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you, Scott Robbins. I'm a member of the South Lake Tahoe City Council, but I'm here in my individual capacity as a representative of the people of the city of South Lake Tahoe. Well, we are 4 hours of public comment, maybe another 2 hours of public presentation, good 6-hour-long meeting. And at the end of all of this, we have a commitment from the members of this board to continue studying the problem, assurances that they share our concerns, and a commitment that they will engage in, how was it put, vigorous dialogue with the Forest Service. What we don't have is any action. We don't have a motion to direct staff to prepare a draft of a policy to ban the use of glyphosate or to require TRPA-specific environmental review. We don't have a motion to refer the matter to the full TRPA governing board for review. We don't have any action of any concrete kind whatsoever, even those actions that are within the limited scope of what was agendized or what's available to agendize on this meeting. Concerns, platitudes, statements, no actions. I really do wish I could be surprised by this outcome. I really do wish that I would be surprised that 4 hours of concerted public comment on this issue would have motivated this board into some sense of urgency and some sense of deliberate forward motion and action. I am not surprised that that hasn't happened. You have the authority, yet there wasn't even an action item here to direct legal staff to assess what that authority and scope is for this issue. Nothing. Nothing has been done at the end of 5.5 hours of meeting, 4 hours of public review, hundreds of members of the public that have spilled even into the parking lot. I would like to say I expected more. I'm not really all that surprised. You can do better. Do better.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins.
Hi, my name is Jess, and I think I'm really just shocked at the certainty we were just told that glyphosate will not enter our water. I just can't even understand that anyone could say that. From what I could tell online, the Forest Service says it's not expected to enter the water. And you can talk about a model that estimates the risks and assumptions about the buffers and the weather and the application processes, but none of that can guarantee that no amount of glyphosate is ever going to reach our water. And the US Geological Survey has already documented that glyphosate can move away from where it's been applied. And it's been detected in streams, rivers, and rainfall. And how can another federal agency assure us that that's not going to happen when there's already proof that it does? And I just would really like to understand how you can confidently say that it's not going to reach our water. It's very concerning, and I would love to know more about why you can say that to us all so confidently. Thank you.
Hi, Tara Thornton, Protect Tahoe. When we say glyphosate, we mean all conventional herbicides, just so everyone knows. We don't want any whack-a-mole with them all. The U.S. Forest Service is using outdated science. Most people are. I would also request that we have really fast action on all this. Action and movement. I would also request that Protect Tahoe be at the table, like this table, we'll give a long presentation to everyone. We'd like the Forest Service there as well. We can also answer a lot of questions. I can answer the like moving landscape at the local, state, federal level, including the 2 lawsuits I brought up earlier, the Natural Resources Defense Council versus EPA, and then the old Forest Service one out of Tahoe National Forest, Katz versus Dombek. These ones show you that they're using outdated science. The most recent one from 2022 has said the EPA needs to do the re-registration of glyphosate, and to do so by court finding, they keep kicking it down the road. We've just been able to get it out of the Senate Farm Bill where they're trying to kick it down the road again. This isn't unique to glyphosate. Paraquat was just removed in California voluntarily by the manufacturers, only because the legislature in 2024 put forth a bill that set a hard deadline to California Department of Pesticide Regulation to require human health studies and human health risks and environmental hazards. Instead of meeting, they went up to the deadline, and when they couldn't push that deadline, they chose to voluntarily remove the product from the state instead of having to show the public in the state the toxicity data. And that stands for every one of these conventional herbicides. We do not need them. The Forest Service's PowerPoint actually proved our point. First of all, if you can go out with a backpack, you can also go with clippers and whatever work needs to be done there. And again, if a project's small, then don't use it. If a project's big, don't use it. Let's just not use it. We have other tools, and we will happy to bring everything to the table. We should be discussing the tools and how to move forward, not whether we should be using conventional herbicides or not, because we shouldn't.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Edric
Welcome.
Alvarez. Today was my day off, but I work with the Sugar Pine Foundation. So I am responsible for planting these trees we're all talking about. And ultimately, the Forest Service is doing their best. And so is
If you could
TRPA.
please direct your
Yes, of
comments
course.
to the board. Thank you.
And I want to say to the board and to the Forest Service that I really appreciate all the work you're doing. I understand there's as much transparency as there needs to be. I think the community needs to realize that if you want more action done, like come help out the Sugar Pine Foundation. We are always accepting volunteers. We are planting, we're watering, and if you want to come out and with some nippers and get some bushes, we're more than welcome to start that program. But ultimately, unless the community is willing to, get some hands on the ground, it's kind of hard to, have a real say in it. Ultimately as well, if we really want to discuss glyphosate and the TRPA's ability to monitor and, mitigate it, we can really start looking at lawns in Lake Tahoe. I mean, we want to talk about watershed, the Tahoe Keys. I see a lot of really perfect lawns. So community members should start talking about that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. There are 4 commenters online. May we hear from them?
6. The first hand raised is Al Miller. Al, please unmute to make your comment.
Hello, Alan Miller, civil and environmental engineer. I have to say I'm siding with Mr. Robbins here today, somewhat surprisingly, but I'm more convinced than ever that the public is just being played here, as usual, by the executive director, the general counsel, the chair, and probably the governing board chair as well, who's chimed in here online. It's just, I testified earlier about my written comments, and perhaps they were not understood. What's going on here is a fraudulent attempt to say informal consultation with their U.S. Forest Service partner will suffice under their MOU. That's not even following the MOU. That's just a lie. Mr. Bass, Mr. Kanata, the new board member, anybody who's willing to follow that staff direction, you're just following a lie. The whole reason for the fraud being played out here is to avoid the public review and participation by a proper permit action, as your MOU requires, to avoid a vote and findings and transparency. And for staff to usurp your own exercise of authority, board members, it's just outrageous. And then the staff is going to roll over for the agency, as it always does. And that's what they want to avoid, is they don't want to set up any situation where they could be challenged in a court. So it doesn't suffice. You don't have any findings to support the use of pesticides here in the basin. And who is Ms. Cyber giving the U.S. Forest Service presentation? I wonder if people know that she sits on the TRPA Advisory Planning Commission as the U.S. Forest Service representative. So she's kind of got both hats on. She just kind of swapped one today. And, you know, I'm siding with Mr. Robbins. Nothing happened here today.
Thank you.
The next hand raised is Kim Conte. Kim, please unmute to make your comment.
Thank you guys again for taking the time to listen to us. Again, sorry, that's Banks in the background. We just want to make sure that after this presentation that it's important for you guys to know that there were many talking points presented today that came directly out of the pesticide propaganda playbook, still hosted on Cal IPC's website. We will share that document with you tomorrow so you can compare the language and claims for yourselves. The reality is UC Davis is a land-grant university with extensive ag and pesticide industry relationships, and funding that demand full transparency and independent scrutiny is critical. Where were the experts presenting technology capable of systemically killing invasive weeds without synthetic chemicals? Please disclose every organic, unlisted, mechanical, electrical, biological, or non-chemical alternative that was actually tested. If they can't, we can. Cal IPC and other glyphosate-dependent organizations continue to hide behind IPM, the science, yet disregard the EPA's final biological evaluation, finding that glyphosate, again, is likely to adversely harm 93% of the total listed endangered species, both plants and animals, and 96% of the critical habitats. EPA did not find a single no effect determination. It was just as alarming to hear speakers continue citing a glyphosate safety paper without acknowledging, again, even though we previously shared, multiple public speakers shared that it had been retracted last November. You cannot claim to follow the science while ignoring EPA's final findings, relying on a retracted research paper, and refusing to evaluate proven, fiscally sound, and non-chemical solutions. The risk to Parkinson's and ALS and other serious neurological harm associated with pesticide exposure is real and should not be dismissed.
Thank you.
The next hand raised is Chad Hayes. Chad, please unmute to make your comment.
Hi, Chad Hayes. Since hand pulling and planting is the ideal, I think volunteer events through Keep Tahoe Blue and Sugar Pine is actually a great idea. In the same way that Keep Tahoe Blue does invasive species trainings, learning native from invasive plants, we could do a pine cone teaching, learning which pine cones go to which trees, how to collect the seeds, preserve them over winter. It's about to be fall, perfect time to go out and collect. And then come spring, we set up the events, we all go out, pull, plant. Since the people are the one who collected the seeds, they're going to be all the more excited since we know it's to prevent glyphosate, gung-ho. But even if we do ban glyphosate, we still need some kind of action to replace it. So I think this would be a great first step in some kind of an alternative, because we could start building and promoting this tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next hand raised is Melissa Soderston. Melissa, please unmute to make your comment.
Yes, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. I would like to remind you that become entirely ridiculous over the years. We have been removed from our ability to actively engage and publicly comment in a timely, appropriate manner. This entire meeting was a joke, and I think that you guys all know that. I think coming in here, most of us who have dealt with you for these last few years recognized that it was going to be entirely lip service, that nothing will be done, that you do not plan on doing anything. And I hope that those of you in the crowd who are still purporting that these areas need to be restored or replanted in some way, please recognize that when they lie to you about glyphosate, which they are clearly doing, when they lie to you and tell you that things aren't regrowing when you can go out there and see it with your own eyes, please be aware that they are lying about the entire forest health narrative. These forests are going to recover on their own. They will never look the way that they did before the fire. Maybe they will take change. None of that matters. That's an ecosystem. It's in flux. Change is the only thing that you can count on. And we need to to our infrastructure. I don't know. I don't know how Brooke got herself as the chair here. Really fascinated that she continues to get elected. But we are done with the bullshit. We're done with the lies. We're done listening to you guys sit there and lie to our faces and pretend like that's okay. People are not going to tolerate or other herbicides being sprayed in our forests. So I suggest you rethink your entire narrative here and get out of bed with both UC Davis and the Forest Service, who have proven that they don't give a shit about community health. They don't give a shit about wolves or wildlife or trees. They care about industry and those grant funds that you guys keep passing back and forth between the three agencies. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next hand raised is Eric Walker. Eric, please unmute to make your comment.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Eric Walker. I'm a South Lake Tahoe resident and recently retired 34 plus year civil servant who is responsible for stewarding public lands in many parts of the country, along with including Lake Tahoe. This is a very charged issue. I can't help but think we're kind of find ourselves in this perfect storm of many concerns, issues coming all to a head. You know, we have a very this current administration has definitely earned the rancor of many of the citizens of the United States that draw concern about what our public lands will be managed for. You know, obviously the consideration, the emotions and values that people have expressed today. And so what I want to do is just, you know, you've heard from the Forest Service, from TRPA. What I want to share with you based on that 34 plus years experience is some pragmatic consideration as you deliberate the next courses of action. So we've heard that, you know, we're using best available science. There's some dispute there. There also seems to be some opportunity to look at other science, look at other means to then hopefully get the best action on the ground. And so I commend the agency and TRPA and others to continue that dialogue. I will say that, you know, that will hopefully, because I found through 34 years of public land management that engaging our publics, and we do ultimately generally get to a better decision. And that's what I think we're hearing from our public. And not to say that the decision that was made is the wrong one. It's you know, I feel that the analysis done by the agency was as comprehensive as I can remember from other projects and stuff. So I do not fault the agency by any means. I'm actually very proud of the work that the staff and others have done to engage the public to disclose the effects. So the pragmatism is targeted grazing, which has been discussed.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
The last hand raised is Doug Flaherty. Doug, please unmute to make your comment.
Thank you. Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. This will never happen. I'll tell you why it's not going to happen. Because you all have awakened a new era of activism in the basin, and may it continue forthwith. Arrogant comments like, the public's listening to social media speculation. There's a lot of misinformation the public is hearing or sending out. We need to be in lockstep. Arrogant. Government learns nothing. You shoot the messenger, you circle the wagons, and you double down. It's a regulatory capture process that goes on and on and on. TahoeCleanAir.org made EA comments with the Sierra Club. We got invited to the hearing. We had the emergency declaration and we were done. So proud of everyone that is going to take place in the activism. I was surprised and happy to already see signs lining Tahoe Boulevard and Incline Village opposing this. I'm sorry that we have to engage in ping pong MOUs. And the only two things that agencies understand, taking their money away or lawsuits. We'll get a corner on this and there will be a lawsuit if you guys continue. You're just simply arrogant today. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see no other hands raised on Zoom. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment at this time. This really is the beginning of a much larger and longer conversation. And I look forward to surprising those of you who feel that specifically TRPA is going to sweep this under the rug. I accept that challenge. We're not going to do that. This is our backyard. It's your backyard. We all are part of the solution. We can do this together. So this is not going away. It's not ending today. The conversation will continue. Thank you all for being here. A motion to adjourn would be appropriate. Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Any opposed? This meeting stands adjourned. Thank you. I didn't feel.
Sure.
Care about these boards. What?
Oh, yeah. Like,
Okay.